The huge upset of the round in the open section of the FIDE World Cup was the knockout of Hikaru Nakamura by Pragnananda by 2-0. After losing the first game due to a mix-up in the move order in the opening, Nakamura went all out in the second game, but to no avail. Magnus Carlsen also sealed the deal against Keimer after a really tough 6-game match, while Pomnichi and surprise winner Basov were able to take the fast track to round 5, joined by 2021 winner Duda and by legend Ivanchuk. Other round 5 tiebreak qualifiers include Dominguez, Gukesh and Salem, along with the last player to qualify today, Wang Hao. In the women's section, Betts surprised the field with a convincing win over world champion Ju Wenjun and will join the other 3 already qualified players. Harika, Khotanashvili and Salimova also won their tiebreaks and will continue in the event, along with Anna Muzichuk, who took down her sister Maria in the family match. Greetings from Baku, from the World Cup. It's the 5th round. Things are on top notch now. Only 24 players left. And as you can see, I'm standing next to the board of the day. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces will face legend Vasil Ivanchuk. A really important matchup for the day. Of course, with only 24 players left, starting with more than 250, the playing venue has changed a bit. Let's talk to Chief Arbiter Laurent Freud. He can tell us a bit about the new changes in the venue. Laurent, let me join you.
Hello, Michael.
So, Laurent, tell us a bit about the changes that the organization team and the arbiter have had to make to adapt a 250 playing hall for 24 players.
Indeed, the playing hall, of course, remained the same size, but the number of tables has been shrinking over time. Now we adapted it in order to welcome more spectators. We designed a seated area so that they can enjoy in a new way and spend more time with the champions. And I hope this will be a way to attract people in the World Cup venue and that they will have great time with us.
Thanks, Laurent. There are 4 rounds to go. The matches are exciting. The best players in the world are here in Baku. Follow the action on our YouTube channel. But if you're living in Baku, come along. You can sit, watch, see the screens. Good action here from Baku.
Good afternoon from Baku, Azerbaijan, and welcome back to the FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup 2023. I'm Irene Sukandar, and I'm still with my partner, Irina Krush. And today is going to be a very exciting day at the office because we will have a legendary Vasil Ivanchuk playing against world number 1 Magnus Carlsen in the open section. And soon we will see the tournament table for the open section. Magnus Carlsen, board number 1, against Vasil Ivanchuk. Gukesh will be taking Wang Hao on the second board. And the only Azerbaijan left in the field, Abbasov Nijat, will be playing UAE player Salim Saleh. And Nepomniachtchi Ian will be playing against Fidit Santos. And Fabiano Caruana, another rating favorite, will be playing against the reigning World Cup winner, Jan Krzysztof Duda from Poland. And we also saw Pragnananda yesterday taking down Hikaru Nakamura, and today he'll be playing against Berkes Ferring.
Yeah, you got to say that out of all of these pairings in the open section, certainly the most captivating one is the one between the world number 1 and the legendary Vasily Ivanchuk,
Obviously.
who almost might not have even been able to be here. He got a wild card.
Yep.
So he's by far the oldest player in the field. And personally, I feel like it would be hard to root for anybody to root against Ivanchuk in this match. Even if you're a Magnus favorite, I feel like if you're a Magnus fan, even if you're a chess fan, you're going to be rooting for Ivanchuk in this match. And Prague, you could say that he got maybe rewarded with a slightly easier opponent in terms of his match with Burkish in this round.
Exactly. Yes, indeed, Irina. And in the women's section, Elizabeth Pats will be playing Anna Muzichuk. We saw a huge upset yesterday. Elizabeth taking down Ju Wenjun, the reigning women's world champion. And Anna Muzichuk also played a very interesting match against her sister, Maria Muzichuk. Polina Zhivalova will be playing Nurgul Salimova. And Bela Kotanashvili, who took down Corner Hampi yesterday, will be playing against Dan Zongi. Harika Dronafali, the only Indian woman player in the field, will be playing against Alexandra Gorechikina.
Yeah, well, these matchups is down to the final 8 with the women. Very interesting. I think out of all of those, perhaps Polina maybe having the least experienced player with the player from Bulgaria, Nurgul Salimova. The rest are really well-known, established names at the top of the women's field.
Yeah, definitely. But in the top 8, ratings and, well, experience actually matters a lot because you need to have such an experience to actually go far, go deep in this tournament. And we see on the screen, that's Polina Zhivalova. Players are starting to arrive because the first move will be starting in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, Elizabeth told me that this is actually the first time that she's gotten this far into the competition, into round 5.
Yeah, I watched her interview, and then she admitted it happily that she finally could go further in the World Cup because yes, she always lost in this type of round, and then yeah, I'm very happy for her. And then also on the screen, Gukesh. This is also my favorite for this one because I mean. Man, he's been playing very strong chess, and as an Indian number 1, he clearly shows that he is capable.
Yeah, so we got Harika versus Garechkina here. This is going to be a tough match. I mean, certainly Garechkina is the rating favorite. But like we've mentioned before, Harika is a very determined player, and she tends to go far in these tournaments. She's had to play a few tiebreak matches already so far.
Right.
And she's made it through. So I don't think it's going to be an easy match for Garechkina because Harika also is a very well-prepared player.
Indeed, yes. And all the hope of the Indian chess fans, I think, is on Harika. And we see the most anticipated matchup, Magnus Carlsen versus Vasil Ivanchuk. Yes, and I was pulling some stats on my computer before. And you know what, Irina? The last classical match that they played over the board, it was in 2015 where it ended with a draw. But before that, the last 2 games that they played, it was in the Candidates 2013, so pretty much 10 years ago, where they played twice and Ivanchuk had an upper winning situation. So it was 1.5 for Ivanchuk.
All right. Well, yeah, that's a long time not to have played someone.
Yep.
And today Magnus has the white pieces. I don't think it's easy to predict what Ivanchuk is going to do.
No.
I don't think it's easy actually to predict what Magnus is going to do on his first move either.
No.
So anything here can happen.
Yes, and we have a liftoff, and we see Carlsen is just taking his time, and d4 is on the board.
Okay. Well, that's certainly posing an interesting question for Ivanchuk. Is he going to go with d5 or he's going to go for knight f6? I feel like I played one game with Ivanchuk where I was white and I played d4 and he went for some kind of a nimzo. They do have a lot of games with each other that go back all the way to 2007, actually, where Carlsen, in their first game where Carlsen was white, I have that game was a draw, actually 2005. And they've been playing some rapid and blitz against each other. But yeah, you're right. Their last, at least their last game where Carlsen was white was the Candidates tournament. And in that game, he played e4 in 2013.
Yes. So d4, d5, and knight f3. This is quite a very flexible move order for white. And we're still not sure which opening that Magnus is going to. Okay, it depends on Ivanchuk's second move, of course, but yeah, it will be interesting to make a guess. Let's make some little quiz here.
All
Which
right.
opening do you think is going to happen?
I think it's quite likely that the move knight f3, is talking about bishop f4 on the next move, maybe even bishop g5. I don't know what else would be the point of this early move if you were planning to play the queen's gambit. Like, why would you not just play knight f3? Why would you not just play c4 and move 2? So I'm thinking, and I guess Ivanchuk is also trying to figure out what Magnus is going for here. But of course, the most usual answer in this position for black is knight f6, just copying white. However, Magnus's choice has already put Ivanchuk into a think.
Right. And we also see the performance by Ivanchuk in this tournament, where he basically didn't mind to make two draws in the classical matches and put the match into the rapid tiebreak, where he won most of the tiebreaks in the rapid section.
Yeah, he beat Wei Yi and then he beat Vahab Sanal. Yeah.
Yes, and maybe our chess fans already saw so many clips that Ivanchuk beating Carlsen in the World Championship, the World Blitz Championship and World Rapid Championship in Doha, and that could probably a strategy as well. Like, it's going to be very hard to beat world number one in the classical matchup, so taking it to the tiebreak, I think it's a very decent strategy. But of course, Magnus Carlsen will try his best not to allow it.
Yeah, actually, I don't see any games between Carlsen and Ivanchuk from this exact position where Magnus was white. So I can see why Ivanchuk is surprised, because Magnus has not previously used this move order with knight f3 against him in their games.
Yes, and also, well, again, when you're playing against both of these players, it's very hard to predict what they are going to play or what they have in mind. So, and also, I think Ivanchuk is currently thinking which opening or which line that is sound for black. Maybe because I see some trend in his play that he's been taking some several lines these days.
Well, in their last games with d4, d5, like, we have to go back to 2010. So that was Carlsen playing c4 and move 2 and it being a Slav. So that has featured in their matchups. We also see a game. Yeah, they've played a few Slavs, actually. That has been Ivanchuk's choice. He's also chosen, like, in rapid games, like Queen's Gambit declined. So it's interesting to see what he's thinking about. I mean, obviously, in this moment, he could play, he's doing
E6.
E6. Okay. So interesting. So, I mean, okay, he's basically going for a Queen's Gambit declined move order. And now we're going to see if Magnus plans to play it with Catalan G3, or if he's going to be going into, C4, knight C3. So, but it's definitely an interesting second move choice by Ivanchuk, right? Like, what he's trying to avoid, why not knight f6? So I wonder if he thinks this move is giving him more possibilities, or is he still planning to play like a Queen's Gambit accepted, although you can't really do it so easily here, right? Because maybe there's E4, but there could still be, there could still be like knight f6 here. So maybe he could take the pawn as well. All right, so let's take a look at some other games that we have going on. Actually, Fabiano Caruana versus Jan Krzysztof Duda is a very big matchup as well between two heavyweights. And Fabiano is facing the Petrov, an opening that he likes to play himself as black, as one of the main specialists on the black side. So Duda is certainly going into an area that Fabiano knows a lot about, and Fabiano plays the move knight c3. I remember in his match, actually, there was some famous games. Maybe some reason I'm remembering a famous Karyakin game from the World Championship match in this line. Okay, so knight takes c3, dc, bishop e7, and bishop e3, castles, queen d2. So in these lines, the bishop can go either to f4 or to e3. Knight d7, castles, queenside, knight f6, So we have opposite sides castling, c5, rook he1, bishop e6, and knight g5. Okay. And did Duda already oh wow, they've played a lot of moves since then. Hold on, let's get the update. And so after knight g5, bishop takes a2. Okay, so we're definitely going into some theory here, right?
Yeah, it is definitely a theory, and this is definitely a home preparation. And I'm just a bit, not that I'm worried, but I have a feeling that this is going to be a very quick draw game.
You think so, yeah? Do we have any games in the database in this game? We can take a look. So a4, b4, and so meanwhile black has snatched a pawn on a2. Now he's forced to go back to e6. Okay, well, let's just try to understand what's going on here. Where is white's compensation for the pawn going to come from? Such an unusual concept so far, I see. So white just took on c5. Okay, I'm guessing, well, at some point he's going to take on e6 and create an isolated pawn on e6. And maybe, maybe go bishop c4, try to attack it, and maybe use black's pawns as a shield for their own king. But I have to say, let's say you don't know the theory here.
It looks scary, right?
It just looks insane, from both sides playing like this, for sure. I mean, just the whole concept of okay, I take the pawn on a2, right, which is known to be kind of a dangerous pawn to take. Then you almost get your bishop trapped. Then I guess it's too dangerous to take this bishop, obviously, because the a file opens up, you're going to get mated. So then you go b4. And I mean, from white's point of view, having lost that pawn, not having trapped the bishop, it certainly looks strange. So, it's interesting when the modern day theory is you look at it and you barely understand, what these moves are about. So, all right, so BC, so let's say black just takes, right? That's the most obvious move. And let's try to figure out what white is going for here. Well, I was thinking that it's something like this. Knight takes, pawn takes, and bishop c4. You want to get this pawn, but of course, there's queen b6 check. So you might not be getting the pawn. So is there some other idea here?
Yep, so far it's not been played, this position on my database. So even the move with before itself and then bishop e6, it's also not in the database. So I think, but this is already something that they already worked beforehand.
Yes.
I guess. But the fact that Duda was pausing a bit, so probably he was just trying to remember what he already worked before, because it is possible that he didn't prepare this line exactly before this match, but maybe he already had it before for some other event or some other tournaments.
Okay, so far, Fabi, he's capturing the bishop. By the way, I suppose if black wants, he can actually throw in this check. That's why Duda is thinking there is an intermediate check if he might find that helpful. I mean, he still is not going to want to capture with the queen because there's going to be a discovery, but if he's going to capture with the pawn, he could throw in the check, or he just could capture the knight. And so this is the position, Irene, where we're supposed to kind of guess what is white's concept here. I tried the move bishop c4, and I saw that was not, the engine bar did not really think that was it for white, probably because of queen b6. So then I'm thinking, how do we use the fact that our bishops are pointing at the king? Right, it would be nice if we could throw in some kind of
some pawn
g4,
move, yeah, but
even.
Yep.
It's interesting. Do you even think that's that crazy? It might not be that crazy, right? Let's just try it. Let's try it. We go g4. They take us, and we go rook g1, and try to get some open files. And I was kind of hoping that in this position, we could have some sort of attack on the light squares. So that's one idea. Okay, let's try something else.
Yeah, I'm totally unfamiliar with this position, but yeah, I think the concept is I think you're just trying to attack the king side, and while your king on b2 is being sheltered by black pawns. So that is a very interesting nuance there, that the white's king is actually very safe.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt that Caruana is still in his preparation. So I think like once Duda captures back on e6, we're going to see very quickly what his point is. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I tried bishop g5 going after this pawn. Also seems like that is not the engine bar's favorite move. I mean, it sure doesn't make that many threats, right? There could be a queen b6 again. Queen b6, the king is always going to a1.
yeah.
So he's quite safe there. And I mean, it's a fascinating idea that you like lose some pawns by your king. You take on these double pawns, and you claim compensation, I guess, because of the bishop pair and because black's own pawns protect you. I mean, and I mean, in some situations, you can even go rook b1, right? Maybe even take that pawn one day. So certainly what Caruana is coming up with is really interesting. And as someone who likes the bishop pair, you know, I'm kind of fond of this idea. But at the same time, it looks, well, it's very dramatic, right?
Yeah.
Positionally speaking, you don't see this every day.
Yeah, it's I must applaud Fabiano's opening preparation, because this is something that I will look at after this commentary with my own self, like how this coming, like, because this could be anyone's repertoire as well. I mean, this is so interesting. That's why it's yeah, and also to guess what's the point of all this, and not to mention the order of moves and all these little moves. Okay, they made it very easy. They made it look very easy. Of course, it wasn't easy, but they're just busy all these opening moves because they've already had their work before. But yeah,
I mean, you really wonder what the point is. Let's just let's try to get Fabi's point, because first of all, let's think about what black is threatening here, right? So I would assume that a move like this and bringing out the bishop seems quite reasonable for black, right? So the question is, does he need to control that square? And because if he does, you know, there's also this concept. You can hide the king in a2. I mean, that would be quite interesting, right? Like try to restrict this knight. I mean, I don't know how much I believe in this, but okay. I mean, since we're in this position, let's just try it. c4.
yeah, c4, king a2, queen e2, and then put the bishop on e3 on the other diagonal. You could put it on c3 or b2. I think if you could get such a position, I think that would be the dream, because you're also pressuring e6.
Yeah, I guess the point of this move is like, okay, you're restricting the knight and you're kind of solidifying your control over the light squares, right? And you're going for this long-term play. Yeah, your king is going to be safe on a2. Well, let's see what happens if they go knight g4. I think that's an interesting move. Like, let's say they go knight g4. And, well, they want to vacate the f6 square for the bishop and maybe trade off one of our bishops, right? So what would be our point here? It could be something as simple as bishop f4, or, yeah, we don't have any tactics yet. We don't have any chances to do like ideas like that and moving our queen, because there's always this check. So you could either move your king away and just give up this bishop, which actually maybe you could claim your attack on the light squares will be strong, or maybe you just move away. But when you move away, there's queen d4. Oops. So you can't move away.
Yeah, I think just stay put and then play for the opposite colored bishop. Yeah, just king a2. If you take on e3, queen takes e3. And
yeah, or even rook takes is interesting.
I like queen takes, because you also have this idea with bishop h7.
Yeah,
You're
that's right.
You're pretty much attacking
point.
both,
Yeah.
right? Bishop h7 and queen e6. So, yeah, I think this is very, very sound. Yeah, c4 move is very principled, and yeah, I like this position.
Yeah, well, here the white light squared bishop is actually just more powerful than black's. It's just a little. It's already on the diagonal, while black's bishop still has to get there. And the problem is you don't have time to get it there, because as we know, there's already a discovery threat. So you have to move your queen, and then let's say you move your queen. Actually, right? That's a good. Let's go to I don't know, b6 or a5.
If queen b6, I can take time to play rook b1 first, yeah, and then later I will just take on e6 and then attacking both b7 and e7.
And so let's go queen a5. Okay.
But here I'll take on.
Yeah, there's a problem.
And then bishop h7 as well.
Right. So white again crashes through first, winning this rook, or I don't know. We don't need to look at moves like king f8. So let's go back a little bit. Okay, I think we're starting to understand Fabi's idea a bit more in this position. So, yeah, c4. Okay,
played
but
queen b6.
Queen b6 was thrown in. That's not going to bother him very much, though, Fabiano. And he might just be playing king a2. Actually, but that's the thing, though. King a2, there is a check, so he needs to deal with that. There is a difference, right?
King a1.
Yeah, king a1 was played quickly. Okay. So king a1 and then pawn takes.
Took it, yeah. So this is this big difference, actually small but big difference, because the king on a2 stands better. In case you play c4, then you cannot really use this diagonal a1 h8.
Well, you still might be able to play c4, right? I mean, unless there's some big tactic. Like, let's just try it, because
He
of course
plays queen e2.
Queen e2, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought about this idea. The point of this is to actually support g4 and then go g5. It's one of the ideas. But, and also, I see the idea is to have that move. Because we know that knight d5 is one of black's main ideas. So, yeah, Fabi, I think, is bringing out the big prep for this game. Quite nice, actually.
Very
I mean, I
nice.
don't know if he's going to win, but like I appreciate the depth of this opening innovation, you know?
Yeah.
How hard it was to actually even understand what exactly he was playing for here. I mean, he's down a pawn with this open king on a1. It looks like the opposite of what you want in chess, but yet basically, he's saying the bishop pair is going to make it worth it, and that black has some long-term problems on the light squares. So, yeah. Hats off to Fabi and whoever, whoever came up with this idea. So, but okay, we can try. We can come back to this. This is definitely going to be one of the games we're going to watch because of the imbalance. We know it's going to be interesting. By the way, in Magnus Carlsen versus Ivanchuk, let's just see how this worked out. So Magnus did play c4 on move 3. And he went for a Catalan. Okay, yeah, that's so not a surprise at all, because he started playing this for his world championship match against Nepo, right? That's where he really relied on the Catalan a lot. And bishop b4 check, bishop back to e7, bishop g2, c6, queen c2. Yeah, now you protect the pawn because black has ideas of taking it. Knight d7 and bishop f4. So this is in general a very kind of solid line for black. I would say it can get exciting. Sometimes black, manages to move this knight like here and go f5, and sometimes even like g5, g4. They also can go like for b6, bishop b7.
Right. So yeah, now black is facing some options there, whether black can just play some solid chess and then play the normal b6, a5, bishop b7, this stuff, or also there might be some trend in the opening with knight e4 and g5 actually. So using the fact that the king is still on e8 and not castled yet, you can go for some kingside attack. So it's going to be fascinating to see which one that Ivanchuk is choosing right now, whether he will go for some aggressive dynamic chess or he will just go for some solid chess.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I expect the first move that he's going to do is going to be castle, and yeah, that's what he did.
He did castle.
Yeah, first you castle, and then you can choose your plans, and I guess white will also castle, unless white wants to put the knight on d2 first. But yeah, this position, of course, has been played many, many times, going back to like the late 1940s. And I'm trying to see actually Carlsen has been on the black side of this, as well. I see a game of his in 2018 that went after bishop f4. Actually, Carlsen played, knight e4 in this position.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's lots of ways to handle it, actually. But so, yeah, two different plans, like b6, bishop b7, and then also this, moving this knight idea to either e4 or h5. So let's take a look at what else we got here. We got.
While you're looking
Oh,
for
yeah.
anything to look, we can quickly see the stats of Magnus Carlsen on the screen. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you find any interesting game to?
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah.
first of all, I want to say that I find Magnus's move interesting because Magnus actually did not castle, and he played the move h4 on the board, which is certainly something a bit unusual. Right? I mean, I
agree.
haven't seen many
I haven't seen
Catalans
too,
with this
with
kind of
H4.
move. Okay, so, it's interesting because at this stage in the competition, we're definitely seeing a lot of like new approaches, right? Okay, let's see what this move is about. I mean, does he just want to push up that pawn? I think he does, actually. Of course, he kind of weakens the g4 square. Wants to support like a knight coming there. In case, I don't know, this knight moves, you might have to deal with knight g5. So h4 is definitely an attempt, I think, to pose some new problems for Ivanchuk.
Problems, but also weakness on g4. So that's why maybe we haven't really seen much of any Catalan games with this h4 because it poses some weakness, but also it offers some dynamic approach that we rarely see in the Catalan. You're attacking on the king side.
I mean, I agree. This is not like, it's just not standard at all. Doesn't usually fit into White's plans. And I feel like here is black, right? So many things you could look at. I mean, both of these knight jumps kind of come to mind. Like, let's say something standard like knight to e4, right? And with the idea even of f5, right? That's something I would certainly think about. Knight to g4, I mean, I guess it looks like a pretty square, but I'm not sure exactly how productive this particular jump in is. And Ivanchuk actually doesn't take long.
C4.
Yeah, he just decides to answer with dc4, I guess, with this idea that let's just open the center when White plays this move on the flank. So certainly logical. And is Magnus going to be recapturing on c4?
Or knight bd2 take on c4.
Yeah, or is he going to be allowing black to play b5, right?
Yep. Okay, so I promise you to bring you the stats of Magnus Carlsen, and now we're going to see it on the screen very soon. So Magnus Carlsen has played in the World Cup for 4 times, the first time being in 2005, and the last one in Sochi 2021. He lost against Jan-Christoph Duda, who is also currently playing on this round number 5. And wow, and we already have quite a discussion about Carlsen getting personal in this World Cup because this is some sort of the achievement that he has yet to grab among his collections.
Yeah, he has not won a World Cup before. By the way, this move h4 that Carlsen played has been seen. In fact, it's been seen in some Grandmaster games just in the last few years. Was tried by the Indian GM Narayanan in 2023. Was also tried by Magnus Carlsen in the 2023 Air Things Masters. So actually, it's not a novelty
By him
even in his own games. But it's still a rare move. Yeah, we don't see a whole lot of games, and he's only tried this in a rapid game. And his opponent, Sarana, did answer with the move b6 with the idea of bishop b7. And in terms of the move dc4, let's see, I don't have any games where this move has been played, but Ivanchuk went for it quite quickly, queen c4 and knight d5. Okay, I mean, it's still very logical.
Yep.
And let's see how Carlsen's going to react to this. Is he going to allow this bishop to get captured? Is he going to get those two pawns on the 4th rank? Or is he going to withdraw his bishop somewhere?
Or you can also go to bishop g5 and see. I don't think he will let the bishop be captured. On F4.
You don't think like a move like
knight
knight c3, for example. I mean, it's always interesting. I've always been fascinated by these structures where you get these two pawns that give you such a strong control over e5 square. I wouldn't say it's crazy, to do that, but it's very double-edged, yeah?
It is, yes.
I mean, so to do that, you have to definitely, I think, have some preparation, which he probably does, right? I mean,
For
given
sure.
that he's already played this line. What else can white do that makes sense here? Yeah, I mean, pulling the bishop back. I don't know if we should even go there. I mean, do we want to trade bishops? Is that like our goal for the position? We have more space. Do we want to trade pieces?
No, just to park your bishop over there. You don't necessarily need to take the bishop.
Because you're just saying, like, we can just stay here forever because
Yeah.
you never can take us.
And f6 will be weakening e6, so it's just a move. And,
Yeah.
a better place than f4.
Yeah, I agree. And if they do attack us,
And then you can withdraw to to d2.
yeah,
Because now it creates some problem. You might be thinking to play g4, g5 if you already had h4 on the board. So
then we go back. Yeah, that's possible. I mean, I wonder. It's like, okay, if we do take, they're going to take with the queen, and then
even this position is also okay.
yeah, maybe we just play knight d2. I don't know why I like the knight there more than there. Maybe it's like I hate the idea of blocking in the queen, although, knight is okay. The queen can always go back these ways. So then again, the question is kind of like, okay, so the point of this move was what? It's to like, it made black take. So it made black give up this d pawn for the c pawn as a result. And then you just kind of play this normal position, yeah?
Right.
Okay. So it's not like this move h4. When you see it, you think like white is going for some big kingside attack, right? But the way it's working out with Ivanchik's reaction with dc and knight d5, yeah, it doesn't look like there's going to be a big attack on the king. But, white will probably be still castling short, actually, and switching his attention to playing in the center and on the queen side. All right, so what else do we have? We do have, by the way, Jan Christoph Duda is still thinking after queen e2, not surprising. Let's take a look at Jan Nepomniachtchi playing against Vidit. So they're in some big Petrov theory here, clearly. Let's see which line it was. Jan was playing the Petrov in his match against Carlsen, so he also is like one of the big specialists on this. It could not be a surprise for Vidit at all, this line. And here the white rook landed on e7. Well,
Looking like a very good move.
And now the question is, well, how this bishop is going to get protected. Is it going to be protected by the knight on a6? Which certainly does a good job of protecting the bishop, but of course the knight himself is not that amazing. But I mean, after you do that, maybe you can try to, to challenge this rook off the 7th rank.
I think this is the most logical continuation. Yeah, I like it. And you just want to put the rook on e8, but then white will also play rook e1.
And I'm
And
even
queen
thinking,
c8.
yeah, do we have queen c8? Can we just go there? I mean, if I can get rid of your rooks, then obviously black is completely fine, but that's the question. Because you have queen e3, right?
Yep.
You have queen e3. And do I have any tricks here? I'm supposed to have some way to equalize this. But right now my rook's under attack.
What about taking on e7,
Sure.
bishop d8?
I like that. Now it's like we
And-
gave up the open file, but somehow we're like pushing you back and like our knight can come back, right?
Yeah.
So you can't really use your activity very much, can you? You kind of have to like go back somewhere. And then perhaps just knight c7 with the idea of rook e8.
Right.
And then we can say that black has equalized. So let's see what else we can offer up.
What about knight d7? Is there something wrong with knight d7? Just a normal developing move?
Right. So as another way to protect the bishop. So knight d7. Well, then it's all tactical. We have to make sure like this queen can't be deflected, right? With some ideas of like knight h4, but then you're going to go queen g4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we'll try it anyway. If I attack you, you got to go
Queen g4.
Queen g4. Let's see. So I could go h3.
Hang on.
Mhm.
Also, you can go queen. No, I was thinking of queen h5, but okay, queen g4 also is looking good.
Yeah. So basically, if I go for this, I mean,
It's a mate. Oh no, it's not a mate. Rook can go back to
Oh
E1.
yeah. Oh, you
Wait,
thought
but
I was
just be careful
yeah,
with that.
yeah. No, don't worry. I did blunder that. I'm just lucky that it's not a checkmate. No, this is not very. Doesn't look very inspiring for white because I mean it's basically just one good rook, but like the rest of the white pieces aren't that good. I doubt that this can work. I mean, okay, it's still something you can look at, right? Because it's not that easy to get rid of the rook.
I think
And
just rook c8.
Yeah, rook c8, and then you're gonna try to get me out like this, right?
Oh, just rook e8.
Yeah.
And then maybe you trap
me somehow. Yeah. Okay, so knight d7 is also a possibility. Nepo is thinking.
So something is probably wrong with this knight d7 because it looks like a very natural move to make, but
Yeah.
something is up. So otherwise he would have made it instantly.
Right. But it's not so obvious what is wrong with it. Maybe is it just that first of all, you don't have a chance to bring your queen back.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference, right? So maybe we just go bishop d2. How about that? How about we just get this bishop out
And
and
then
try to go rook e1.
and rook e8.
Yeah, rook e8.
Or probably the other rook better.
Okay, let's try the other rook. Here.
And if I just take bishop d8.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you got rid of me. I still have the e file. Where did he go? I think he actually did go for knight d7. Yep.
He went for knight d7.
Knight d7, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to get to see what is Vidit's tricky point here.
Yes, and while we're also thinking what might happen on this position, we can quickly take a look at the stats of Ian Nepomniachtchi. So, Ian Nepomniachtchi has played in the World Cup for 5 times, and his last World Cup was in 2019, where he got eliminated by the Chinese Grandmaster Yu Yangyi. So, if he could win this round, or when he wins this round, it means that he will go to the quarterfinal. So, yeah, that was his last result in 2019 was his best result. So, let's see how far he can go in this World Cup.
All right. Well, he has a good track record in the candidates, though. Maybe more important. I mean, I think it's when you look back on it, like winning the candidates back to back 2 times is really an incredible achievement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Totally.
You sort of feel like, oh, okay, he did it again. But when you think about it, like just how hard it is, and how all these guys are capable of doing it, right? Just doing it twice, and maybe he'll do it for a 3rd time. So yes, Vidit goes for h3. So he goes for h3 without knight h4. He just plays h3. Ah, okay, we're starting to see the point.
Yeah, so maybe knight h4 is what he's
Oh,
thinking
it's
right
g4.
now. G4 immediately.
Yeah.
Right.
Look
yeah.
at that sneaky little pawn move. He wants to prepare a g4 and win this knight.
He was like, no, I just want to have some lift for my king.
Yeah.
Some air there. No, but he's actually thinking to just kill his opponent right away with g4.
Yeah, it's kind of clear that his preparation has worked out well in this game, right? That he's actually if you look at the time, it's not every day that you see Jan lower on the clock out of the opening, and he is substantially lower on the clock. And Vidit is, I think even this move h3 is actually his preparation. I think he's aware of these ideas, Yeah, that's why this move came fairly quickly. I mean, maybe he needed to recall something, but like, you know, he can recall that it's a good idea to to attack that queen. Yeah. All right. So, well, we'll see. Maybe Vidit is going to be able to put some real pressure on Jan in this game. I mean, the problem for black is that they just no longer have time to play rook e8, right? You just don't have time for this because of g4. And then you have an issue with this knight. Obviously, you can give away your queen for the knight and the rook.
But would it be enough?
Yeah, but that's not, you know, it's not considered usually quite enough. I mean, obviously you can play on, but that's not really ideal. So basically, Jan...
You just have to protect the knight then.
Yeah, Jan is like figuring out this this threat. But the thing is, it's kind of like a nice idea anyway, but I guess you still have queen f6, right? It's like, yeah, let's say we go rook d8. Rook d8 with the idea that the queen can always go back. Okay.
And then maybe just bishop d2?
Yeah, you know what I'm thinking? Do you think that maybe there's just a point to queen e3? I mean, let's just stop the whole rook e8 business. Let's just be a little prophylactic here. Because then I want to go bishop d2, rook e1.
Yeah, but the problem is I think I'll just play queen f6 here. And my idea is to play bishop f4.
Oh, but that's very tricky of you. All right, I'm going to have to... I have to say, it's cool. But you know what's funny? Okay, I see what you're saying. So if I go back, you go there.
Which is still fine for white.
Yeah, but it's, what do you mean? It's a little bit of a problem, no? Because then you take, when the knight takes, this pawn is going to hang. So we have to deal with that. So here, let's show Irene's idea. This is bishop d2, bishop f4. A very cool deflection sacrifice. So if I take the bishop, you take the rook, you're up in exchange, you're happy. And if I go back, you take, and then unfortunately I don't have a good way to recapture, because if I take with my queen, I lose my rook, and if I take here, I lose that pawn, and I even might lose another pawn. So I see the trickiness, and you know what I'm thinking?
Just drop back to queen e2, and it's safe
actually,
position.
yeah, queen e2 is actually looking pretty good. I was also even thinking g3. But I have to admit that your queen e2 looks perfectly good.
And then bishop d2, rook e1, yeah.
Basically, just don't blunder into the trick, right? And just don't let black fight for the file. So these pieces cannot move so easily.
Yeah, and the b7 pawn. Yeah, black has to think about it a lot.
Yeah, so h3 is, like, that's what I mean. It's kind of poisonous for Nepo. Right? So he's like threatened with the loss of this knight. Again, he doesn't have time to attack the rook or, you know, get rid of it. There's always g4. So you basically have to defend the knight. Right? So
and he played rook a d8.
Yeah, rook a d8. And then queen. I have to say, I would get so much pleasure out of playing this move, because I'd be like, okay, I just, you know, in chess, it's nice to stop the opponent's ideas, right? I mean, rook e8 is like your next move. So it would be nice to stop that. And if I didn't stop that, if I just went bishop d2, which is possible, but you know, at least I'm letting you fight me off a bit, right?
Here and then king f8 maybe.
King f8. There's still queen e3. Still queen e3,
yeah,
right?
Queen e3.
It's a little annoying. But I mean, even the trade, even the trade is actually, and then maybe king f8, right? And then queen f6. Like, look at that. Like, if you try to hold on.
And then bishop f4.
Yeah, then there's bishop f4, or there's, you know, queen f6,
queen
and
f6,
the rook is just trapped.
Oh, man. Yep.
Right? So it's actually quite important to not let black play the move rook e8. And that's why. Oh, I have an improvement, though. Well, I don't know if it's an improvement, but we can also do it like this.
Tricky.
You know? Yeah.
But yeah, that square is for the rook, right?
Yes.
So it feels a bit awkward there.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. Like, this one puts the queen in front of the bishop, but the bishop couldn't go to those squares anyway. So it's okay that we blocked him, right? So I don't know. That's what I'm thinking about. Is there something even more incisive for Vidit? Like, I don't really see the point in going g4 and pushing the queen there and then doing this stuff. So yeah, queen e3 would be my choice. So shall we take a look at some other games which are exciting? Okay, let's take a look at Gukesh versus he's black against Wang Hao. I don't know if this is the most exciting thing, but it's an interesting structure. So how did they get to it? They got to it out of a Nimzo. Queen C2 Nimzo. This used to be like my favorite move. I played it for years and I had some good results. But, as things got more and more like concrete, I kind of, you have to like know a lot. Yeah, like D5, that's right. CD, ED, bishop G5, H6, bishop H4, castle D3, C5, DC, bishop E6, knight F3, knight D7. It gives up this pawn back, and to create hanging pawns in black's position just goes bishop E2. Okay. Well, first of all, I would say that I wouldn't be, too unhappy here as white in this structure because it's sort of like a playable structure, and you got all the pieces on the board and you got an unbalanced pawn structure. And for black, I probably also wouldn't be that unhappy because I think his pieces are actually pretty harmoniously placed for the eventual C5. So I think most likely he's actually going to be moving this bishop back, maybe even to E7. And then going for C5, and his pawns are quite well supported. So I don't really see an issue for black in this position either.
Yeah, I totally like black's position. And the knight going to D4 can always be met with C5 at some point. So yeah, rook B8, I think it's also a good move. Bishop D6.
How about G5?
G5, nice. Bishop G4 and knight E4 is very typical. Yes, I'm also up to play that move too.
Yeah, it's interesting because actually black just has very different approaches that might all be okay. So for example, G5 is very different from the idea of like bishop E7 and C5, right? Like, but it is typical for these positions. Of course, it's riskier, and the question is, does black like need to do things like that, right? Do they need to, again, when I castle, which I likely will, I mean, there's some other moves. But what did Gukesh play? He played queen A5. Okay, so what can we say about this move? It's quite okay. I don't know if it would be my choice. I don't know. I really didn't see what was wrong with like something like that. And, if you castle, I mean, there could be like knight D4, but I just wanted this position.
I think he might actually go for, worsening the pawn structure of white. So probably just taking on C3, and however you take it, then knight E4 is the next move. Probably just going for it.
Well, I have to say that like that is kind of positionally risky, right? So like either you calculate that perfectly, or giving up the bishop for the knight like that could backfire, right? So like let's say I castle, and that's what I want to kind of see is like, so is this your point? Because it doesn't like scare me, just visually.
Maybe not right away. Maybe I could just play rook B8 first, and whenever you play A3, then I'll take it. Otherwise, where will your knight will go?
Oh, you mean maybe not take right away?
Not taking right away.
You want to play like rook B8? Okay.
Something like that, or rook C8.
Yeah. Okay. I'm thinking as though my knight actually could go to A4. Has that idea. I don't know how good it is, but it's an idea. What else can I do? There's also knight D4 here.
Knight D4. Yeah,
knight D4 might be a little, I mean, it's like, it's extra things for you to think about, right? Because now I can even consider changing the structure in that way, right? Like, I'm not saying it's some winning move, but you definitely have to start thinking about more and more things, and then there's this attack on your rook, right? It's starting to make things a little bit awkward for you.
So maybe just taking on the knight immediately is probably the best choice.
So you can take. I mean, I can see how you would make the case that black is solid enough despite giving up the bishop pair, and that maybe my idea to go there and like somehow your c pawn is going to be totally fine. You'll put it to c5 after we trade everything. I can see someone making such a case. And also, you're probably going to go knight e4, right? You're probably going to try some specific things with like knight c3, like if I push, maybe you can use that square in some way. Like even knight c3 immediately. Unless you get pinned.
Unless you get pinned, right?
No, but you can't get pinned because this is a check.
It's a check, yes. Yeah. I mean, I think black is given many choices on how to continue this position. So I think it's just a matter of taste of which type of position that Gukesh is looking for.
And Wang Hao has not castled yet, actually. I don't know. Castles is by far the most obvious move. But if I had to pick a second move, I don't know. It's just that like castles is so natural that it's hard to even come up with like move number 2, right? I mean, you could go, I don't know, knight d2 if you're very worried about knight e4 ideas. Like, I mean, you could go like that, but I'm a little, loath to just retreat my knight out of the center, like, for no reason. So I do expect Wang Hao to castle. But he's probably trying to understand this move because this was, by far not the only choice that Gukesh had. Right? And so he's trying to understand, what does that mean? Like, why is the queen there? And this whole idea, if Gukesh is preparing it, like, for me, it's not that obvious.
It's not obviously not obvious.
Yeah, it's obviously not obvious. I mean, because there were so many ways to handle the position, and giving up the bishop and changing the pawn structure like that, it's just not like clear that that's the way to do it, right? So, but it's interesting. I do think that soon we will see Gukesh's intentions revealed. And what I like about today is that we're seeing all these unbalanced positions. I mean, actually, like, we don't really see too much symmetry on the board, except perhaps the game between Niels Grandelius and Arjun Erigaisi. Well, they've done a good job at throwing all the pieces off the board, But it's still a game, this end game.
Yeah, it's still totally a game, and it's far from finishing. But
it's only beginning, because look at the time of Arjun Erigaisi, 1:30. So the game is just starting for him.
Yeah, he just arrived and then he's blitzing all the moves. Yeah, but it is interesting to see that Niels Cornelius is only 30 minutes behind the clock. So while this might be a prep by Arjun, this might not be for Grandelius.
Well, let's see what's going on in this end game that Niels has. I mean, okay, it has, of course, been seen before that this queenside majority can actually prove to be stronger than the center majority. I think especially as like the pieces get less. And black is not actually developed yet, right? I suppose black would like to get developed. Yep. So Niels has to actually do something in the next couple of moves. It's going to be pretty critical for him, because if he doesn't do anything and just lets this king get over here, lets the bishop come there, then obviously like he's just not going to have anything, right?
Right, yes. Well, while the evil bar shows that this is slightly better for white, but I think it's perfectly equal.
Yeah, I think Niels just made a move, and it might have been bishop to b5.
Oh, this bishop b5 move
Yes.
is a very typical idea. Especially, I think I remember a very good game by Rubinstein. Trying to provoke black to move this pawn, like a6, and it's actually making some concession to black's position. So this is nice. I mean, obviously white has lots of choices here to make any move, like even like, I don't know, even bishop d3 is also okay, right? Even rooks, knight somewhere, knight e5 is also fine, knight d4.
What do you think is going to happen after king f8? What do you think the idea is?
Rook d1.
Rook d1, and then you want to win the game, but let's say I go king e7.
Yes, and this probably...
I want to come out with my knight.
True.
I mean, you could take my knight, so I lose a tempo with the king, but it's not like very scary.
What about I trick you with knight g5, h6, knight e4?
You want to trick me? Great. But the thing is, I have knight c7, though, too. Don't worry. I have a lot of ideas. Like if you go h6, knight e4, Yeah, I can go knight c7. At some point, I might even have f5, I would say. You know, seems like
Yeah,
I'm coming out.
Yeah, black is perfectly fine here, of course.
Yeah, I mean, most likely result for this position would be a draw, right?
But remember Grandelli's game against Santos Latasa Jaime, right? How he grinded it out and then he won and give him the spot for the next game. It's like, I think it's just so impressive. And I mean, he's known for that. So even though we have so much materials reduced in this position, I think this is just beginning.
Okay, so you think this could be the beginning of a 90-move game where Grandelius eventually wins? Maybe. But okay, my prediction is that like Arjun should be able to steer this to safety. I actually think this is, out of all the games we've looked at, it seems like this one is going to be the one which has the most peaceful course of events. But then let's take a look at Linier Dominguez versus Alexei Sorana. Sorana knocking out Wesley So in very convincing fashion. And now he's facing Wesley's compatriot, Linier Dominguez.
Yes.
And yeah, my compatriot too.
Your compatriot too. True.
That's right. So we got 5 pawns for each side. Linier has, oh wow, this was actually a Sicilian. Okay, we got to look at those first moves because we don't see Sicilians like that often in these top events, right? I mean, okay, we do see them, but I always feel like it's kind of special to see which line they go for. So Sorana goes for this popular move order, and Linier wants to steer it into a Sveshnikov after d6, bishop f4, e5. He wants it to take it back into a mainline Sveshnikov, but Sorana goes for this line, which is supposed to be like, I guess, a good equalizing try, right, for black. You play this stuff as white, right?
Yes, I do.
So you know this. I mean, it's supposed to be like, I guess, like white is supposed to have a little edge, but it's like very solid, right? This is the evaluation of this position. So white has the bishop pair. Personally, I just wouldn't play these positions with black. I know I've said this before. I hate these positions where like you're just a bit worse and you've given up some concessions. Why? To make a draw? Yeah. No, I don't see myself doing this. But all right, you know, at a draw at this top level is a good thing. So let's see if Alexei Sorana. Oh, you know what? I remember this. I remember this. This might have even been Magnus playing this as black, because I remember this. It was so unusual. You know, just this move. That it's kind of now I started to remember that this is actually all some kind of theory.
I think it's still in a theory. Like
Yeah. Okay.
They makes a lot of the improvement on this line. So, but their game. I mean, these players have been playing very quickly, up to this point, I guess, and now they're starting to think.
Yeah, and okay, so bishop g6 is an easy move to understand. Black's bishop was doing nothing, and he just wants to challenge the strong white bishop. And I mean, yeah, first of all, I have to say that like wherever this has gone, I think is in a good direction for Sorana in his quest to get a fairly easy draw with the black pieces. So white avoided the trade, and now white made an aggressive move, h4. Wow, that's like Magnus's move, but even harder to understand. What does this move do?
I think the queen will be safely placed on h2 and then push h5. That could be one of the ideas. But yeah, to be honest, this is no, totally.
I mean, okay, the idea is obviously at some point to have that move, right? Maybe that's what it is. It's just kind of like a general move. Obviously, you can't go here right away, but there could be some points at which you could. Yeah, maybe even for the end game, you know? So, I mean, all right. That's the way I understand that move. Of course, it's a bit unusual, right? But the whole position is like it's a very forcing character, I guess, right? Like white's pawns are weak. White's bishop is very good. He avoided the trade. This bishop's not letting the rook come to d8. So Linier Dominguez is trying to say that my bishop pair here is still a problem for you. And h4 is just like an annoying move where like for the rest of the game, he's going to have to watch out for those ideas. Like I don't think white's necessarily planning g4 just yet. But I want to point out an important thing, which is that you can't really move your H pawn without realizing that you're going to hang your bishop. So, in a way, like White's position is kind of holding here together by not so much, like little details like that, right? Because if something goes wrong and this bishop has to move back, like you're just going to get crushed.
Or I think White just simply tries to defend the back rank, because I can see in some of the lines here that you might have to exchange something on c6 or maybe to b8. It's just better to have the back rank opened, as in to play some move like h3 or h4. But then when you're thinking about h3, you were like, why not h4, right? Because it's pretty much almost the same idea, but h4 is I know it's looking a little bit committal because it's quite far there on the fourth rank of the board. But I think just to get a very safe back rank, because there's queen c2 idea too. You might want to take on c6, but queen c6 is there. So
yeah, I guess we should kind of check out the move queen c2, right? I mean, this is like the obvious capture in the position. And what tactical problems could black be facing after this move? He's also kind of wanting to take the rook, right? So like if I try to go there to, take on c6, you might just be sacrificing your queen for the two rooks, and you already have a pawn forward and quite a solid position, right? So I definitely need an answer to your move queen c2. And this is the big threat. So I guess it's my rook that needs to move. And where can it go? It can go to b3, c1, b5. B5 kind of leaves a lot of my rooks hanging, yeah, but it's possible.
I think I'm trying. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand this. Could it be h5 and then you can play rook c1?
The problem with h5 is I have queen b1, right?
Oh,
the problem with h5 is like I think I just do.
Yeah, but then I have like h6 and then just all this attack.
Yeah, you want to win in this version. You're gonna get h6, and you're actually. It's a little different, yeah, because you got your pawn here. You're opening up my dark squares, yeah? Good point. Okay. Wow. So h5. And if I take...
And then maybe...
Then rook c1, because now there's no sack.
I think bishop e4 first, because after rook c1, there's queen f5.
Uh-huh.
Bishop c4 also, I don't know, it looks like...
Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, because here, we're trying to win the knight using the pin, but then you do a counter attack on my bishop and you stay alive, right? Because now if I take, you just take my bishop. So you want to throw in another cool attack.
Because then the queen has to keep an eye on c6 still, but then rook c1 is there, unless you play queen a4, but then I have rook b4. So this is a very interesting position. Okay, at some point I can throw in queen h2 maybe, but there is bishop g6, but this is just some additional idea. But yeah, after bishop e4, I think it's a very good pawn sack there, and then the position is totally dominated by white.
Wow, okay, well let's just take a look. So okay, the straight up threat is that like if you go somewhere on the c file, okay, this move finally wins, finally, right? Because now if I go queen e5,
I think just rook takes c6.
But rook c6, there's queen g5.
That's true.
So there must be some other tricky
bishop f4
move like that. And then when I finally make you take, I get a very unpleasant fork, and the bishops have their day. So the point basically is if you go anywhere else with your queen, then like rook c6 or bishop c6 will win. And by the way, what happens on queen a5? Probably bishop d2 somewhere. Actually, there are
c5
rook
too.
c5. Yeah, there's a lot of retreats that you need to calculate by the queen. But like the basic point is, guys, that this knight protects the rook, and we're trying to capture the knight and win using the pin. So then the other question I have is on queen a4. What is going to be our continuation here? Because this way you got off the c file. You haven't let my rook come here with a tempo yet. What do you think about this move, Irene? Queen a4. It's a little harder to destroy. There might not be like a direct knockout, actually. It might be just like rook c1 and continue applying pressure, and I don't know, maybe rook c7.
Actually, I like rook b4.
But what do you have?
Sorry, knight
yeah.
on c6 is
Yeah.
hitting on it. Sorry. Yes.
So maybe just like bring in the rook, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, bring in the rook, and after the knight moves, which it will. Well, yeah, you're right. Like if the knight moves somewhere, then rook b4 is a big idea, right?
No, I love this position. Even though now
We're down 2 pawns.
Down
You still
2
love
pawns.
it?
I love it. I still love it. And there are so many tricks here happening on the board. And h4. Ooh,
Yeah.
that's such a nice move. So on the game, Sarana played knight d4 not to fall into this type of trap. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, first of all, so it's also kind of a cool idea by Dominguez. You know, like everything that he's done, I really kind of like. So like this, and I think bishop d5, this idea of playing bishop d5 here is very nice, right? He has to keep the bishop on the boards. That's very important, like which pieces you trade and which pieces you keep. And he has definitely made like the only try for an advantage. And then his move, h4, is very cool. So the engine bar might be saying it's equal, but it's complicated kind of equal.
Yep.
And it's an equal where white has this like, definitely the initiative belongs to white. Okay, well, taking the pawn is risky. We get it. We know Sarana's probably not going to do it. Let's try to look for something, like maybe some way we can like get rid of this queen. So for me, the obvious move would be like, let's just look at queen e5, but then there's going to be some pin maybe. It doesn't look that obvious. I think it obviously looks bad.
Yeah, it just takes and a bishop f4.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
taking,
b7.
or even, wait, hold on. We've seen this idea before. We keep forgetting about it.
But then queen h5, it's not really attacking anything, yeah?
Queen h5 is like, I don't know, you might get your queen trapped one day. I don't know. Queen h5, you're threatening rook d8, right? Okay.
Also h4.
Okay, let's
Ooh.
figure out, maybe the problem is just something is hanging here. That's it,
I think
right?
so. You just take.
You just take it,
Yeah,
and the
just take
check
it.
just
That's
check
right.
doesn't really bother anyone. Okay, so bishop f4. So they can't even get the queen trade, right? That's important, actually, that they cannot challenge off our queen. So yeah, I think Dominguez has gotten himself, you know, at least a promising position to play. He's going to put some problems to Sarana in this game. Guys, and we are going to go on our first break.
Yeah, and after this, I think we'll be seeing how are the ladies doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so don't go anywhere, guys, because we'll be back after this short break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back, guys, and we are on the second hour of the round number 5 in the open section and the quarterfinal in the women's section.
Yeah, and we're going to go to the game between Anna Muzichuk and Elizabeth Patz. So that was a Sicilian where it seems like Elizabeth is very well prepared. Anna Muzichuk goes for the open Sicilian. And Elizabeth goes for the same line that we saw. Who was it? It was Sorana against Dominguez.
Dominguez
Played-
against Serena.
Yeah,
Dominguez
exactly
is
right.
right,
So
yes.
Sorana is playing this move as black, and Dominguez played knight DB5. But Anna Muzichuk, she goes for the absolute most principled line here, which is the trade of the knights and advancing the pawn. Knight e4, bishop b7, c4, knights b4, c5, queen b8. Okay, so white has a massive amount of space here, but right now they're holding their pawns. Okay, black trades off the bishop, and the knight returns. Castles queen b5. She offers an endgame. I wonder. Well, it's not that easy to avoid it, right? Because there's always like ideas of checks at this point. So she castles, trades, and a very important move, f5, chasing away that knight and basically forcing the trade of the pawns. I guess your only other option is going knight d6. But Anna traded, and we actually see Elizabeth reaching quite a safe position here quickly out of the opening, because now she has basically destroyed most of white's base advantage. Now she keeps chipping away at it with this pawn move. And over here, yeah, things do look quite solid for black. It's 5 pawns against 5. I don't really see where white's advantage would come from, actually.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. The pawns are equal. The positions are also very solid for both sides, white and black. And I don't know. I got a feeling that they're just going to take it easy today. Also because maybe they are tired from the tiebreak yesterday, and don't forget they're already playing for many games in this World Cup. So some energy level is going also to determine the result of their games.
Yeah, and I have to say, overall, it's been a successful result for the black pieces, right? Because they haven't spent much time at all. When you are able to make a draw with black, basically out of your preparation, I mean, I think that's a huge plus. So, if this game does end peacefully, I would say that's a nice thing for Elizabeth. Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at Garyachkina versus Harika Dronavali. And I believe this actually had a very interesting opening where Harika sacrificed a pawn. Playing this this gam. Okay, the Tarash. Yeah. Yeah, this line. Actually, Anna Zatonsky played this against me at the Cairns Cup. It's like my first time getting introduced to this CD, Bishop C5. So I was a bit surprised by that, and I think I wound up taking on C6, and she got a very solid position. But knight B3. Oh yeah. So this is the pawn sacrifice where you take on D5, but apparently black gets a lot of compensation here. So she played bishop E6, knight C3. I mean, I thought it was actually like there's a different line in the Tarash where there's a pawn sack like this. It kind of resembles that, but queen E7, castles, rook D8, queen C2, queen B1, castles, knight A4, bishop C7. So this is our current position.
Yep, looking good so far for black player actually. And actually for the white position, this queen B1 is looking a bit awkward, but the computer is happy with it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, white has managed to castle. The bishop on this diagonal is not really pointing into anything. And white does have an extra pawn for now. which let's try to figure out what her idea was in playing knight a4. I mean, the bishop moved away, so what's the plan for this knight? She just wanted to get him off of this more dangerous diagonal. Maybe even, I would say, wouldn't be shocked if there were some ideas of bishop e3. Actually, I wouldn't be shocked at all.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea is bishop c5.
But then there's always bishop d6 if necessary.
Yeah, I mean, well, in general, I wouldn't mind trading just more more pieces and developing this bishop. I wonder, I mean, like, is black going to be playing? Like, also, at some point, this pawn could hang at some point. It doesn't really hang yet because there's rook a8. But then there's bishop c5, right? So you might need to play something like b6.
Then maybe the knight on a4 is pointless. So maybe just knight c5? Bringing the knight into the game?
Knight where?
Instead of bishop e3, knight
okay.
c5.
Okay, you want to play knight c5 here. Interesting. I mean, there still is like b6.
I just want to grab that bishop on e6.
Yeah. Wondering what could be the issues. By the way, sometimes there's issues like on these squares, right? But, I mean, it doesn't quite work yet because knight a2, there's always queen a2. There's no tactic here. So your knight wants to take my bishop, doesn't it? That does concern me. So either I have to go back to c8 and then deal with your knight b7, which I think I can deal with, or I have to go bishop d5, which is interesting because it opens up an attack on this pawn. I mean, I suppose this move.
I still have e4, yeah?
Yeah, you have e4.
And bishop c4. Yeah.
So you go e4.
Bishop
and
c4
bishop
and
c4,
then, yeah, that's
and
bad for white.
you know, somewhere, you know, your pieces are looking a little awkward, right? Your knight might get stuck. Yeah. All right, so what else can we do here as white? Yeah, so I mean, basically, white just needs to develop the queen side, which is why I'm thinking bishop e3 looks normal. But I guess there's also, I mean, there's bishop g5. You could try bishop g5. And on h6, maybe we could even take.
And then take on
Take
b7.
on b7. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, maybe we can get away with taking a second pawn. Because I don't exactly see why it's bad. And, you know, now the knight will be able to come to c5. So bishop g5 is actually quite possible.
So after that, bishop takes b7. I'm just trying to continue a little bit. Maybe, I don't know, this is just one option. Taken on b3. And then rook d2.
Okay.
Just trying to be a bit more active.
Okay. So the problem, though, is that, you know, I'm holding this pawn, right? So maybe I just go back to f3. And I mean, I suppose you could always win back one pawn with bishop e5, right? But it does feel like white is holding everything together. And maybe my move was not even the best. I mean, I also have queen e4, right? Maybe I should be going like that.
Yeah.
More active with my queen.
That's, I think, more precise.
Yeah. So, well, I would say this game, it's not like the most interesting yet, but white does have the extra pawn. It's going to be kind of like more of a technical character.
Exactly. Yeah, I think this is going to be quite interesting. I mean, there's already pawn sacrifice happened on the board. And let's take a look how Alexandra Gochkina achieved her spot here in the quarterfinal. So, on the second round, because she is the top-seeded, one of the top-seeded, she just played on the second round against Ordas Valdez. And so far, also against Divya Desmuk and Nino Bashashvili, no tiebreak. So she managed to win all the matches without any tiebreak.
Yeah, she's had quite a smooth road, actually, to her place here. And now we're going to take a look at Harika's road to round number 5.
Yep, so Harika won convincingly round number 2 against Mikhailina Rudzinska, but in the last 2 matches against Lela Javakishvili and Aline Roberts, it forced her to play a long tiebreak, especially against Javakishvili. It was the longest tiebreak in the Women's World Cup 2023. They played until 10 games.
Yeah, Haruka is a specialist at these tie breaks. All right, let's keep moving, guys. We're going to go to Tan Zhangyi versus Bella Hotanashvili. This is a very unbalanced position. Let's see how they got here. So Bella playing the same line of the Queen's Gambit decline that she played against Humpy. We saw this move knight BD7 feature in a few of her games. And this time, Tan goes into like this, move G3. And Bella captured the pawn. So Tan is basically making a long-term pawn sacrifice, E4. And Bella decides to take the pawn on E4 by attacking the knight. But Tan saves the pawn by going E5. And I guess the question here, certainly, I mean, the move that Bella played is quite normal, but I guess the other question would have been, you know, is it so bad to take the knight on C3? It actually looks quite normal as well. And white would take. And I guess we would be, I don't know, and anything here actually looks playable, right? Like I have no idea why you can't go for this line as black. Probably something like takes, you know, knight takes. Well, if knight takes, maybe there's knight E5, right? But still, I mean, I feel like this should have been something to consider for black. But black went knight D5, also very understandable, not as forcing. And knight E4 by Tan, H6. Bella is, I guess she was very interested in stopping the move bishop G5, although I'm not so sure like how much of a threat it was. So she played H6, knight H4 by Tan, and queen B6. Okay, so I mean, white is kind of committed to their attack on the king side here, right? I mean, they're down a pawn. And what other, I mean, it's not that easy to gain back this pawn because there's always bishop A6. Right, so the move knight H4 tells us that she does want to go F4, F5. But, I mean, this is also quite dangerous for white, right? I mean, F4, you never know, like they could play G6.
Or actually, I think in this position, you should just focusing on doing some long castle. So probably bishop B7 or bishop A6 and then just long castle. And then that way you can, I think I like black's position, to be honest, because how do you try to attack back? Like,
well, I would try F4 because it's the only thing that kind of makes sense after you play knight H4. But there's just so many moves. First of all, I don't know how much of a threat that is because there's an issue with the diagonal, right? This pawn hanging on E5. So I'm not sure if that's a threat. I do think you could theoretically consider a move like that just to stop F5 completely. And there's other things you can do, like you said. I mean, you can go bishop A6, but, you know, then you do have to deal with, like, F5, right? So it's definitely Tan's idea in playing knight H4. But she goes rook E1. Okay, let's see rook E1. It's a bit, I would say, inconsistent. Don't you feel like the knight going there and then the rook going here? So what's the knight exactly doing on H4?
yeah.
Wait, I'm utterly confused. So like the knight went there. That move, I mean, so other than playing F4, the only other meaning of it could be that the queen could come out, right? Okay. But then the queen can't really come out because you hang D4. I mean, it could come out to G4, but it doesn't really attack anything. And then she goes rook E1. So I guess in Bella's shoes, I would focus on this bishop, like you said.
Right. And maybe, you know, knight H5 is just prevention. If you want to play bishop B7 or bishop A6, now maybe it's time to play queen H5. So maybe this rook E1 is the preparation against bishop A6. So now if you play bishop H6, queen H5, and then if you castle, I take on F7. And that way you also don't have C3.
Okay, let's slow down. Let's show our viewers. You're talking about this line. Like, so if I go here, now you can go here to latch onto this pawn, right? And you're basically saying like, okay, if I castle, then that's a big problem.
Yep. And also, let's say if we don't play rook e1, let's put the rook back to f1 and play something else. Let's make some move. I don't know, h3 or yeah, king h1. And then this bishop a6, and then after you play queen h5, and then there's c3. So trying to make sense of this rook e1 move, and maybe this is it.
Yeah, rook e1 seems like, well, for now it's kind of a general move, right? And their players are evenly matched on the clock, which kind of shows that they're both, certainly playing on their own. This is not an example of like some big opening preparation for either side. And you can just tell it's a very kind of a common structure, but it's not like a super theoretical position.
Right.
Right.
It's there's some thematic patterns going on this position for both white and black. And meanwhile, I think we can take a look how Tan Zhongyi got into the quarterfinal. So as one of the top seeded too, Tan Zhongyi started the tournament on round number 2, beating the Australian Yulia Yanova and without any tiebreak. But on the next round against Narva Mai, Tan Zhongyi almost got knocked out, but finally saved the second game, very much needed to be saving, because otherwise Narva Mai would have gone through. And Tan Zhongyi won in the tiebreak, 2-0, I guess. And then just now in the round number 4, she won against her compatriot, that is Zhu Jiner.
Yeah, she had a tough match against Zhu Jiner. And should we take a look at how Bella made her way into round 5?
Bella Kutanashvili, as we know, yesterday made a very huge upset against Hampi Koneru, knocking number 1 Indian women's player. But before that, she also won against 2 strong players, one from Poland and one from Georgia itself, that is Karna Shivka and Mary Arabidze, without any tiebreak.
Yeah, and she beat her compatriot. Nice match, but definitely had a more dramatic match against Humpy. All right, let's take a look at our final game of the ladies. That is between Nurgul Salimova from Bulgaria and Polina Shuvalova.
Yes, and Nurgul, I think, is the only participant in the quarterfinal in the women's section that played the first round of the World Cup, because I think the rest of the players, they are one of the top seeded and they started the games on round number 2.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting is that Shuvalova sticks to her main repertoire. She goes for this this d5 move, some kind of perhaps she wants to play a Vienna, Rogozin, and in order to avoid that, Salimova just takes on d5, and I think that we saw Magnus do something like that, right? That's there was this famous game, Magnus versus Nepo, where it just looked so strange to be making this early trade for white. It seems kind of premature, but you know, you go into this structure anyway. And I think his game with Vincent Keimer yesterday was like this as well, their first rapid game. So c6, queen c2, and they're in this Carlsbad structure. Let's see what line Shuvalova goes for. Right, and so she goes for the move knight e4. Yeah, so they don't need a knight on f8 when the pawn is on h6, because there's nothing for white to take here, basically. So they don't need a knight protecting that pawn, so they go in for this trade right away. Bishop takes, check here, bishop f6, b4, a6, knight a4, bishop e7, knight c5, and bishop d6 and a4. Okay. So I would say things have gone in kind of a typical way. Black has maneuvered his bishop back from f6 to d6, where it stands much better. And white is making progress with getting in this move, although I don't think like it's an immediate threat, right? Because there's an issue with having the knight here.
Right.
And let's see what we can suggest here for black. Well, the thing is, if black moves away, which you kind of want to do in a way, right? Because you want to play bishop g4 maybe. But then you take the pressure off this knight, and they could play b5. Right, so that's the minus of moving the knight. It's not the end of the world, but something to think about, right? I mean, if you take, well, actually, there's different ways you can play this position. There's also this one. It's always easy to forget that they can go for this
A5. Yeah.
Yes. And maybe that's actually what black would go for, keep things unbalanced and not take on the backwards pawn on c6. Yeah. You know, I remember it's like when you're kind of learning to play chess, you learn about this maneuver. It's always hard to remember in the beginning that they can also take this way, because you're always mostly looking at like this, and you're like, okay, well, I'm going to take there, and I'm going to have that backwards pawn to play against. But black has this very important idea of taking the other way and actually completely changing the pawn structure, getting a past a pawn. And yeah, this is quite double-edged, actually. So white on the move knight f6, which is just one of the possibilities here. I mean, you could also consider maybe knight b6, but I'm just not sure what the advantage of that would be.
Yeah, usually when you go knight b6, your pawn would already be on b5 because you want to put the knight on c4. But yeah, playing knight b6 right away like this, it's a little bit too premature, I would say. So knight f6 would have been more natural. Although if you play b5, yeah, this is working well for black.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not badly placed here for this position as well, right? Like, it could be on f6, it could be on b6. It's not really bad in either case. So, you know, I wouldn't say knight b6 is out of the question. Knight f6 does look more natural to me. And in terms of other moves, I don't see a lot of other moves, because how are you getting these pieces out if you don't move your knight? Right, well, we can try one more. We can try one more move.
b6?
B6? Yeah, I mean, you know, it's not that bad. Actually, I don't even think this move is that bad. We kind of laugh about it. But yeah,
but actually it's normal. Maybe you want to play c5 next move. Like if you take on d7, bishop d7.
Yeah, because I mean, you got rid of the knight and then you just protected the pawn. And I mean, white can never play here without you playing there. So I really don't even see the problem for black in this position.
To be honest, like after this, let's say black plays again. Okay, let's put some move like h3 for example, and I can actually play a5. So whenever you play b5, I can play c5. No, this is actually not that bad.
Yeah, well, right here, so you're saying, okay, which move do you want to play?
a5.
A5 for white.
No, you just play h3.
Oh, sorry, A5 for black.
Yeah, this is what I was trying
you basically you're talking about just getting into this structure. Well, we see a decision from Polina Shuvalova, so I'm very interested. She goes for your suggestion, b6, yes.
Oh, she did.
Yes. So she decides just to deal with this knight directly.
Yeah, it's a little bit untypical in this position to play b6, so maybe that's why I could understand why she was posing. And of course, when I suggested this move, I was okay. I didn't believe that I was suggesting it, but now when we are thinking about it again, the position is a little changed, because usually at this position you don't have your dark square bishop anymore, because we can come back in some positions on this one. Yeah, I had a very recent game like this against Alice Lee. I was black and I managed to beat her with knight e4. But then when she took on e4, I took it back d4, and then it was quite balanced. I mean, this position offers just balance for everything, like takes this, and then knight here, and then knight f6. Then this is okay for both white and black. So that's why b6 is quite untypical, but it was only applied if you got this type of position. But with a pair of bishop on the board, b6 I think is actually quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Once you're in this structure, let's go back here, like with this pawn chain, it is definitely unusual to move this pawn, which is why we kind of laughed when we kind of saw that move. But then when you looked at it, you're like, okay, it's a very specific move, because obviously there's an issue with this pawn. So this seems to be protected, so it's not an issue. So you basically have to take, and in that case, you're getting rid of the strong knight and developing your bishop. So, okay, Salimova, she's still thinking, but if we look at this position, black has two bishops, and for now she also has an attack on this pawn. Pushing the pawn is a bit problematic because of c5 ideas. So, you know, I could see this kind of even going out of control for white. White is going to have to play quite carefully to like make sure black doesn't get some attack on the king. But the good news for white is at least the pawn is here, so there's no rook lift to the king side. Right? It's kind of harder to attack white's king. So everything is fine for white, but I think black is equalized out of the opening. All right, guys. Well, we've done we have done our tour of the women's games, but we do want to see how these players made their way to this point in the tournament. So let's take a look at Polina Shuvalova.
Maybe we can take a look at Salimova first because she's still on the board.
Okay. Let's take a look at Salimova.
Yeah, currently she has the thing. There you go. We have the tournament vote for Nurgul Salimova, a very talented Bulgarian player. On the first round, she defeated Charlize Van Zyl from South Africa. And then the next round, she beat Olivia Kielbasa, a very sensational player from the Olympiad in Chennai 2022. And then next round, she beat Marianne Gomez from India 2-0. Very convincing performance. And before this round, she has defeated Medina Warda Aulia from Indonesia in a very dramatic tiebreak, 1.5 in favor of Salimova.
Yeah. And, well, I would say, she was beating the people who also were scoring upsets. So
true.
interesting, how she, she's still kind of lesser known than the rest of the players who are left in the women's bracket. And, she beat Marianne Gomez, who had beaten Katerina Lagno. And right now we got Polina Shuvalova back at the board. And the knight went back to b3, by the way. But we're going to take a look at how Polina got here. And I know part of her journey. All right. So Polina, she won 2-0 against the player from Azerbaijan, Gopar Beydulayeva. And then she faced me in round 3. And she won with the black pieces in the second game, and then she won quite convincingly against Teodora Inyats. At least she won with the white pieces in their second game. So she has not had to play any tie breaks. I would say just like Geryachkina, her road here has been
quite smooth
and convincing. Yeah. And by the way, her opponent just played knight b3, which is certainly an interesting choice that we didn't spend as much time on. The knight's not amazing here, but I guess she doesn't want to help this bishop develop, and she wanted to open up the attack on the pawn, right? So now if the bishop takes, then the queen will take, and then there's an issue of this weak pawn and also of the rook hanging. So she might be losing something here. So let's see what Polina is going to do. I mean, in the worst case, in the very worst case, you can just play bishop b7 and keep this pawn under attack. Sorry, there's something wrong with my highlights today. There we go. Keep that pawn under attack. It looks quite safe. By the way, guys, we have Elizabeth Patz playing against Anna Muzichuk, and it does look like that game is headed towards a draw. Let's take a look at how they got to this point in the tournament. Let's take a look first at Anna Muzichuk. She had a big match against her sister Maria in the previous round, which was quite unfortunate for them to meet in the tournament. But before that, she also actually, it was quite unfortunate, she also had played against her compatriot and member of the Ukrainian Olympiad team, Anna Ushenina. She survived a very tough match against her because she was losing the first game.
Right.
And then she also defeated Deimante Dolite Cornet, who represents, Lithuania and maybe now France.
Lithuania, now France. That's
yes.
right.
So actually, I would say, Anna has faced some very tough players. I mean, Anna Ushenina is a former women's world champion, and so is Maria Muzichuk.
Yes, exactly. So also for Anna Muzichuk, she has never won the Women's World Championship or Women's World Cup. So probably this could be her first time. We'll see. And meanwhile, we can also take a look at how Elizabeth Patz got into the quarterfinal.
Yeah, Elizabeth has been Germany's number one for like last almost, I don't know, 20
2
years.
decades, yeah.
Yeah,
20
yeah,
years.
yeah.
Yeah, on the second round, she defeated Turmung Mungzul, the Mongolian chess player, also without any tiebreak. And next, she defeated Bibisara Salbayeva, the World Blitz champion, also without any tiebreak. But yesterday, she had made another upset against Zhu Wenjun on 1.5 tiebreak. So, well, I think this is one of Elizabeth's best performances in the World Cups.
Yeah, she also, just like Anna Muzichuk, she had a pretty tough road. I mean, getting through Asobayeva, the world blitz and rapid champion, and Zhu Wenjun, the reigning world champion in classical chess, is certainly not easy. So I think this is a matchup between two players who've been going through a tough field, and their game today seems to be headed towards a draw. Okay, guys. So now we're finally ready to circle back to Magnus Carlsen versus Vasily Ivanchuk. Last time we were here, we were at this point where Magnus had to decide where to move his bishop. He did go to g5, like you were saying, Irene, and h6 happened. And there was a trade.
He took on e7. Okay.
There was a trade. We kind of talked about this position briefly, and Magnus just went for e4. I was wondering, like, if he would do such a move, because there was a possibility. Well, there was a possibility for this move, trading the queens and
maybe just knight d2.
Yeah, maybe knight d2 is why he didn't do it, because then, okay, white does have, I would say, more active pieces, more space. So instead, Vasily played knight b6 and queen c3, e5. Okay, that's an attempt to solve all the opening problems. I'm trying to see what that move is based on, because, like, at the moment, you can take the pawn, right? But then there's rook e8. So I think that's probably what this is all based on, that you can always recapture that pawn. There could be maybe even
knight
some
a4.
knight a4 move that we need to look
c5,
at.
Yes.
Yeah. So Magnus did not want to bother with taking that pawn, so he just castled. Vasily took, queen takes d4, knight c5, and rook c1 is on the board. And that's a bit of a, an unusual move, right? The rook going to c1 when there's like sort of open files on the d and e files. But he wants to attack the knight and try to kind of say, well, you can't take the pawn. You can't take the pawn because I'm going to put you back into this pin, which certainly looks dangerous, but maybe it's not. Maybe we can hold on here. f5 is a fairly ugly move to have to play.
What about bishop f5?
Bishop f5 looks nicer, but bishop f5, yeah, we have to look at that, right? We have to look at knight fd2. Knight fd2 seems quite unclear. All right, because it does give black a chance to kind of hit this queen. All right, but Ivanchuk just made a choice with his knight, and he pulled it back.
a6.
It's a6. So he just decided not to go into these complicated lines, yeah, where you take the pawn. I mean, I can understand him. Knight is not too bad on a6.
He just wants to give away the bishop on c8 to move out to e6 or g4. So that's why I think knight a6 is the move.
Yeah, and he always has this chance of going knight b4. So black's position is very solid, right? And I agree that quite possible, this bishop is going to e6 or g4 on the next move. And, well, white has to try to use this pawn majority, but it's not the easiest thing in the world to do, right? It's like black has already traded off one bishop, and even getting the pawn there is not an easy project. So I think Vasily is looking very solid so far.
Yep, looking good for black pieces now. Is there anything? Oh,
Magnus,
Carlsen
knight
just
d2. Yeah.
Knight b d2.
Sure.
developing move. And now it's just a question: bishop e6 or bishop g4.
Okay. Do you want to try to guess this one?
Okay, let's guess. Let's
Yeah,
guess.
let's guess. Let's guess.
Because I think those two moves are quite obvious that this is the move that black has to make. Yeah.
Yes. All right. I'm just gonna say bishop e6.
Okay, then I'll just put bishop g4 just
All
to
right.
make it different.
Okay, that sounds good. And we'll see. I wonder if it's going to take him a while to come up with this, or is it because it's not obvious to me, right? To me, it really feels like both of these moves can be played. Let's see if the engine bar likes one of them more than the other. Okay, he doesn't like bishop e6, probably because he likes this one more. Engine bar likes bishop g4 a bit more. Okay, so you got the good one. We'll see what Ivanchik goes with, but bishop e6 is not like
It's not
it's
bad
nothing
at
dramatic.
all.
Yeah.
This is perfectly good. Yep.
Yeah. All right. So we think that he has a solid position, and we can move on to something. Okay, this is maybe our game of the day, but I don't know. Right now we're in the
Preparation
end game.
of the day.
Yeah, preparation of the day for sure. Between Fabiano Caruana and Jan Christoph Duda. So last we saw it, Queen e2 was on the board, and Duda had a long think. He played rook f d8, bishop d2. So like the bishops got pulled away, and basically he wound up getting his pawn back and forcing the queen trade. And so now we're in the end game. So things got a little less exciting.
I was hoping some checkmate.
Yeah,
But
we're not going to
queen's
see an
off the board
attack.
already.
No, we're not going to see an attack on the king, but we do see some activity here for white. Right? I mean, the rook is still very active, the light squared bishop. So the last move that black played was b6, yeah, because the pawn was hanging, so he protected it.
Mm-hmm. So is there anything with the pin, like bishop c4, bishop e4? These two looks very tempting to play.
Yeah, I mean, I would say maybe bishop c4, right?
Bishop c4.
Line up the bishop with the king. And what are they going to do? Well,
Probably just bishop f6.
bishop f6, you're not even afraid. Yeah, well, also the bishop is hanging. I was thinking also king f8.
Just king there. Yeah, that's also true.
King f8. King f8 is like a reasonable chess move, right?
Mm-hmm. I like it. Yeah. Getting away
And-
from the pin.
Mm-hmm.
And now if you take, I'll take it back. D2.
Hit the bishop. Yeah, you don't have
Yeah.
time to win the pawn. Yeah, so black has a way out of that. And on bishop e4, I suppose it's the same, isn't it? It's going to be like, it's still going to be maybe even king f7, actually. Why not even go to f7 in this case? Get a tempo on the rook. Maybe there is a reason why we can't go to f7. What do you think, Irene? Do you think what's the problem with this move compared to, I know what do I know what it is? I mean, there are c4 ideas.
Just rook
but,
e5.
but that's it. Just go back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he's played bishop c4.
He's played bishop c4. Okay. So we're expecting, I guess with this move, we're expecting king f8. All right, let's take a look at Fabiano Caruana's journey.
Stats in the World Cups, of his participations in the World Cups. Oh, no. I think we can take a look one more game before we take the second break, Irina. What about the other game? That very good preparation by Dominguez as well. This h4 was quite
that
impressive.
game I'm quite fascinated by and really rooting for those bishops. Thankfully, the queens are still on the board in this game. So we saw this at h4, knight d4, rook e1, and b5 was played by Serrana, and Dominguez answers with queen e5. So it's starting to feel like there's a lot of tactical ideas on the board, right? I mean, it's felt like this for a while, but especially when I see this pin, I'm thinking, there's all kinds of moves that are possibly being threatened. There's rook b3. There's rook e3, maybe not some huge threat yet. but still something that you have to be aware of.
I like rook b3. Oh,
Yeah.
rook b3. Yeah, I think it's a sound, right? Where do you go with the queen after rook b3? If this was white
Yeah,
to
I would
move.
also even say at some point we could even throw in some
Yeah,
sort of
h5,
h5,
yeah.
because if you take, there could be a discovery where the bishop moves away somewhere, right? So queen e5 is a tricky move. Okay, so basically black has to, since he can't really use his rooks, right? I mean, only maybe like that. He has to figure out what to do with the queen and the knight. And I just want to point out like why you can't go there. That's a little problem. So you don't actually have anywhere to move your queen without losing the knight.
Unless you give the pawn back before here.
You're thinking about like going with this move. Yeah, well,
And then after a, b, knight b5. I think you have to try to exchange something because white.
yeah, well, you don't want to like, yeah, I don't know if you want to, okay, go for that. There's a lot of stuff that can happen here, right? I mean, there's rook b3, but rook b3 now you take because the queen's protected, right? That's your point. Okay, so if I take
And then knight b5.
knight b5, still okay, you've given up a pawn temporarily. And see, it's very temporary, but
I mean, that position, the current position is already hard for black, so I don't know how black could play.
well, let's see what's wrong with rook c8, right? Let's just see what's wrong with that, because at least my queen is protected. So what is like white's main attacking idea here? Now there's no more rook b3, because you just take it. And actually the knight is gearing up to take on c2. And Elizabeth and Anna have drawn their game.
Yes, so their first game ended with a draw. So tomorrow, Pat Elizabeth will be taking the white pieces against Anna Muzichuk. So we'll see. So this game between them, I think it was quite well prepped as well. Like even though we didn't show it as much in the preparation in the opening, but I think it was a quite good game, good preparation from both sides.
Yeah, definitely good preparation from Elizabeth getting that easy draw with the black pieces. So, okay, back to Linear versus Serrano. So rook c8. And you also want to take my pawn now.
Is h5 a move here?
Yes, we've been looking at this one, right? Okay, h5. Well, yeah, because h5 you just want to go h6, right? You want to be really brutal about it. And if I take the pawn, you just want to keep going further. But
What's
perhaps
going
here, though, I don't know, perhaps I can move my knight finally and offer you some sort of exchange, you know?
That's true. Knight e6 maybe?
Yeah, even knight e6, right? So maybe we need to attack you in a better way here, given that you have this knight e6 idea. Well, there's actually, there's rook e3. Oh, this is very interesting. Maybe I should try to move your queen so you can't get that queen trade.
Yeah, that's quite interesting as well. And the queen has to go to c5.
C5.
You have to protect the.
Yeah, well, I was thinking maybe I could take your rook on, but the thing is, like, yeah, if I go to c7, I think you're right. Like, I just can take, and you take,
Rook
and
e7.
then yeah, like h6.
h6. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't really
So many
matter
moves.
that I lost an exchange, right? So we got through, and rook e3. Queen c5, you're saying. But now you're not going to be threatening those queen trades, right? So already I can play h6. I mean, it looks very dangerous, right? I mean, I understand you might have if like you have to play moves like that, like, yeah, it should be good for white somewhere. So h5. H5 is a very tricky move right now. Let's see. If you don't take this pawn, what if you take that pawn? What's our trick here? Is it just as simple as bishop to e7? No, we just go here.
Or bishop e3.
Yeah, like maybe, I don't know which one it is. This one is also pretty convincing, right?
That looks pretty good too.
And then we can take and kind of get an attack over here. Unfortunately, you don't have the sacrifice because I still have my bishop guarding. Like I would have been quite scared about this type of move, like if it wasn't for the fact that my bishop guards things.
Right.
I mean, here, let's see. How do I mean, I'm not going to take it, right? I have to make some other move. And the move I'm going to make is very simple. I'm going to trade
just
the
take,
queens.
and then rook f1 even.
Yeah, then I'm good. Because I think you have just too many pieces hanging here.
Rook f1.
Yeah, rook f1. And bishop takes f8, right? Yeah. Okay. So actually, I think we found kind of an important point of him putting the queen here. This h5 move is poisonous. It's also very beautiful.
Yeah.
Very attractive. So I have to tell you guys who I'm rooting for in this position. Okay? I'm gonna reveal the secret. I'm rooting for the bishop pair.
You're rooting for the bishop pair.
Yes. You see, it's not even the players, guys. It's just like I love the bishops. So I feel like when you use the bishops well in these open positions, and you sacrifice material or you give up some other concessions to get them, and then you make it work, like you got to get rewarded. So yeah, we'll see how those bishops do. And I guess we're going to go on our second break, guys, and we're going to see you in a few minutes to follow the rest of these interesting games.
Yeah, so stay tuned.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back, everyone, to the live broadcast of the FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup 2023. And we only had one game finished in the women's section, while all the other games, both in the open and women's section, are still currently going on. And now we can quickly take a look at what's happening at the game between Dominguez versus Alexei Sarana.
Yeah, well, Sarana did play the move Rook C8, protecting his queen that we were talking about before our break. And we thought in this position that the move H5 was extremely powerful and that Dominguez with his Queen E5 move was setting up this pawn push, right? Because now if the bishop takes, there's going to be a discovery against the bishop. So for example, one powerful way to do it is bishop E7. That would probably be my choice because I suppose like if you go bishop E3, you try to find something else in the position to attack. You're actually opening up the chance for black to play knight c2 and attack the bishop on e3. Wow, we have a result in Vidit versus Nepo, and that game ended in a draw. That seemed like Vidit had some nice opening preparation there. But let's take a look, guys, at their game ended with a repetition.
Yeah, just during the break, I was showing Irina some cool trick in this position. But of course, we predicted this king e1, followed by rook d2, and just simplified the position and agreed for a draw. But can you quickly show them that what I showed you?
Yeah, absolutely. Here's the trick that you showed me, that if white plays rook c1 and black tries to avoid the rook trade and you go king e1, that now if you take the knight, your rook actually gets trapped, has nowhere to go. Now, maybe this is still okay for black because we can go knight e4 and try to win a pawn. I don't know, like that. Of course, it does look like white would still have the advantage despite black having, you know, just a knight and a pawn for the rook.
Oh, but there's bishop f4 with the idea of rook d2, and now you have to trade everything, and this is still
bishop
equal.
f4, there you
Right.
go. Yeah, so it's not, the trick was not a winning trick, but it was still a nice trick, yeah? Yeah, you go here, and then black can just give away the extra piece, and it's still completely fine for black. Although you kind of wonder with the white's bad light-scored bishop if black couldn't have played this on. So in this game, how did Nepo turn this around after losing control of the e-file? He went queen c2. Wow. I mean, that's a bit of an unusual queen infiltration. I mean, wow. I have to say, like, you know, it's just, it's rare that you see a queen doing this when she's on her own, like against a whole, like, army of pieces, and that it's somehow successful. I mean, it does look like black should be worse, but somehow black now manages to get out, and he's actually about to play like rook e8. Now, of course, he is sacrificing this pawn along the way, but maybe it's too dangerous to take.
It is. I think you just play rook e8.
Yeah, you play rook e8, and
You have
the
to
white's pieces are not that amazing, yeah? So he went queen f3, but then he got challenged, and again he didn't take the pawn. So he actually just kind of let it go in the most quiet way, and he started trading pieces and trying to steer it towards a draw. I mean, yeah, it's a bit of a surprising situation. I think if we would look at it in more depth, we could find a way that white could have handles like this queen dance by black better, because like white had everything under control.
Right.
But somehow this b4, bishop b2, like maybe putting the bishop on b2 also not great, right? It's not
It's
like
a
the bishop
little-
is
yeah,
strong there.
It looks a little bit suspicious there because I always assume that the bishop belongs to this diagonal, maybe with a potential attack on the king side. But when you moved it to b2, yeah, it's a little counterintuitive.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, okay. The point is they want to go knight f6 and they want to go rook e8, and they don't really care about this pawn. So we basically have to start getting ready for that idea. And that is interesting. I mean, we don't have time for like this type of stuff, unfortunately, right? Because if we start going rook b1, I guess you're going to get your knight f6 in, and then, you know, this is all way too slow.
Right.
You know? Yeah. All right. Well, guys, let's get going to the game between Magnus Carlsen and Vasily Ivanchuk, because that has Certainly evolved, and Magnus looks to be having some kind of an advantage. He played the move bishop f1 in this position, queen e3. The knight moved away. a4, nice move. And by the way, black cannot play the same move because his knight would hang, so that's an important little detail. And he got his pawn all the way to a5, so making some progress and pushing back black's pieces. And here we go. So we're almost caught up here, knight a7. Okay, so let's see what we've got. Black has, of course, there's been some damage done to this pawn structure, right? Because of the way it's been fixed on these light squares, it's really immobilized.
But there is some compensation to this position because of the knight on d5 just stands strongly, and the knight is also going to b5, so both knights on the 5th rank. And I don't know how to evaluate this pawn on e5. Is it a good pawn or a bad pawn? In a sense, it looks like it's a good pawn, but then the knight on f3 is just so tied to it because it has to be protected all the time.
Yeah, I agree. But you know what's interesting is that the knight on b5 is going to get ignored. And not sure what Magnus played. I was looking at moves like rook e4. He went bishop d3. Yeah, interesting. But basically the outline of this game is that the play is going to be on the king side, and white is going to try to play around this knight, like pretending it doesn't exist. He's going to switch his attention to the king side, and I would not be surprised if somewhere in this game, well, we're definitely going to see a rook lift somewhere. That's going to happen. Actually, I really love Magnus's like rook on a4, and he's going to start the play on the king side and try to make this knight irrelevant. So the knight on d5 is good, but they're not hitting anything.
And
he bishop b1.
Put it back to b1.
Interesting idea.
It's a very old idea here. Just give the distance with your bishop to the target square on h7, and then now he's preparing to create a battery with the queen and the bishop.
Can we just point out how original this maneuver was? I mean, this bishop was on g2.
Yes.
So it went to f1, d3, and b1, and it's very rare that you actually do that to a fianchettoed bishop who's supposed to stand well where he is, right? But let's just look at that, guys. Like a few moves ago, that bishop was on g2. Well, maybe more than that. Here we go. The bishop was here. Now it winds up here. Yeah, that's not very standard. I would definitely say that Magnus has pretty creative vision about this position. But it's he's basically saying, yeah, I will be attacking you on the king side. And I think Ivanchuk, with this knight, is actually in some
h5
big trouble. And this move does not inspire a lot of confidence in me, h5, because I mean, wow, now he's weakening that square. I understand he's trying to stop this, and I guess he's going to try to put his pawn like that. But still, it's a little sad to weaken g5.
Yep, and now I think this h5 will just increase the advantage for white pieces here. I'm still figuring it out how it's going to increase it, but I don't like this h5 move at all.
Yeah, well, I think he needs to support this pawn in order to be able to move his knight, right? So moves that come to mind. Well, there's no real point in doing, I think, the battery too quickly, right? Because g6 is going to come and you're not really prepared to do anything about that. So I think he doesn't need to actually threaten the checkmate. But I think he does need to support this pawn so he can like move in his knight and maybe play e6.
Yeah.
What do you think about just rook to e4? I don't know.
I was thinking it.
Am I the only person who likes this move? Because to me, it looks quite interesting. And with the idea of like rook e1. And I don't know, I don't have a clear preference as to like which rook starts. Like this rook could go as well. Maybe that's better. Maybe it actually looks a bit more harmonious because we don't block the bishop yet.
Right, yes. I think rook e1. Something that is protecting the pawn on e5 so that your knight on f3 can move to g5, yeah.
I mean, the funny thing is that it's actually like, once you play this move, like all your pieces are perfect. You just have to make them even stronger. Yeah, he just did it. Okay. So you can make them even better. Like you can put that knight on g5. You can put the queen in here, right? You can increase their power, but they're essentially perfect where they are. And Ivanchik is playing very fast. Oh, I don't know. He just
He played queen. No, he didn't. Did he? Oh, he played knight d7.
Yeah, I mean,
I think he has to transfer his knight back to f8. That's I think what he has in mind.
or at least to e6, at least to kind of guard g5, right? Okay, so trying to open the d file, but him playing so quickly. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he just. I mean, he must know his position has actually gone downhill, right? There's no way he doesn't know that. So let's take a look. So his idea.
Oh, I see. Because there's a direct attack. Like in this position, if you, let's say this is white to move again, you just play queen c2, g6, and e6.
Yeah.
So I think that is why he say, okay, I see nothing else how to protect e6, so maybe just as well put the knight on c7 and protecting this square e6. So
yeah, makes sense. And so his hope is basically that if we jump in, that he can at least go knight e6. And I mean, obviously he would love to he would love to trade pieces. That would be his dream. So Magnus is not going to be attacking as directly as that. So let's think. He plans to put the knight here in any case. How should we go about it? There is some points in playing the move pawn e6 and knight g5, but maybe that doesn't really quite work because there's knight d4, right? I don't know. It's this. I don't think we should be throwing away the pawn like that. I mean, you can always look at these ideas, but
or if you want to do this, probably better to provoke g6 first, because then it will be weakening black's position.
Yeah, but I think in general, I doubt that we can get away with that. But you're saying like if we want to start with this, and then going there. Yeah, I still feel.
Although you can play knight g5 to actually. Knight g5, knight a6, and knight e4.
Ah, now I like that. See, I like the creation of the weakness here. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense to me. So, like, if they go here, well, unless there's knight d4.
Knight d4, yeah.
Yeah, actually, there's this one, isn't there? There's this knight that's really annoying. And then when you come in, I'm going to sack my queen.
Yep.
And then grab a couple of your pieces before
taking the queen.
Yeah, before I take that queen.
Yep.
So, we actually have to be a little careful, because of this knight e6 move. But maybe we have something else here.
Oh, is it a tactic? Can you just take and then bishop a2 and then g6 is hanging, unless you play queen f5?
Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, look at that. You just take, and bishop a2. Well, I guess you have queen f5, right?
Yeah, but I think in the long term, that would be weakening.
Yes, and now the only way to not just lose the pawn is this move. But, yeah, it is very weakening, isn't it? It is very weakening, and the rook can maybe swing over. Well, I mean, okay, black is sort of surviving for now, right, in this position.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can attack a little better. What else can we do?
Maybe keep the queen on the board.
Yeah, we basically need to do something so we can then play rook f4.
Ah, what about rook e4 now?
Which rook?
Rook a e4.
You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking queen c5. I'm thinking that.
Ah.
I'm thinking because I covered everything. This,
and then rook
this,
f4 is
this,
there, yeah?
And I'm just threatening that.
Nice, yeah. This is
yeah.
nice.
And it's actually beautiful centralization. Yeah.
So turns out black cannot do this knight e6 anyway. So this looks quite concrete to me. So queen c2.
Queen
and
c2. Yeah.
How do you protect h7 other than g6? I think g6 is the only move, and then knight g5.
Knight g5. And then we have to look for another move for black, and there could be something like knight d4. See, we haven't really looked at that one, and I think that knight jump is something that black is going to rely on to try to stay alive here.
Yes, and how to deal with this? Where will the queen go?
Yeah, where will the queen go? Well, I suppose she's going to go to e4, but then, I mean, basically you're going to go knight e6, and then my knight can't even get in, right? So she doesn't have an amazing square. Yeah, it feels, I mean, okay, maybe you can go queen c4.
But then knight c6.
Knight c6, and then I can't even move my knight anymore because there's a fork. Yeah, so, okay, let's go back for a second and let's just think about what other ideas we have than queen c2. Queen c2 provoking g6 is definitely interesting, right? But there could be other ways to handle this position. So let's assume this is your next move. Then you're going to want to come in.
I have one interesting idea.
Go.
So I like this queen c2 move because
Yeah.
you have to play g6 after that. And then what about we play g4?
Wow. That's...
No, queen c2,
Oh,
g6.
yeah, sorry. Queen c2, g6, and g4.
Maybe a little bit too brave, but...
Wow. I mean, even looking at it, I get scared even looking at it. But, you know, I believe that something like that can work. I mean, the position does allow it. It's just so scary to move the pawns in front of the king.
It is scary.
But, I mean, your point is basically that this knight is out of the game, so we can afford to attack. I kind of, like, I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking it is looking very reasonable. Okay, I'm willing to go on this adventure. Yeah.
Ooh, look at that.
Yeah.
I like it.
It was it. I think you caught the exact move, you know?
Oh, wow.
That the engine was probably intending here.
I like this
Yes.
a lot. I mean...
Yes.
And it's very concrete too. This is what I like about this position. It looks like, okay, black or white has many options, but when you think about it again, you can just go straight into some concrete line like this and forcing your opponent to do actually what you want them to do.
Yeah,
So-
and the whole point is that like White's attack is going to proceed without this knight being able to contribute. It's actually important that we don't let him in, right? So as tempting as it was to go here, the problem with that is that it allows this knight in. So actually, that's why your improvement on that is so logical, you know, because the rook is going to get entry to the king side, and this knight is kept out. And this knight move doesn't really bother us. I mean, you know, now it's like we're just threatening to take.
Yep. I don't think...
And there's queen h7 if you take. So that is very concrete, Irene, and I do like that. And I actually think this is what he's going to go for.
Yeah, he's just, you know, I read something that the difference between strong player and club player or amateur player in calculation, you know what it is? So for us, for me, for example, like if I find some moves like that, it would take me like, let's say 5 minutes to 7 minutes to find the move, and then probably like only 2 minutes or 3 minutes to recheck everything.
Yeah.
But for strong player like Magnus, he found this instantly, I think under 1 minute, but he spent the rest of the time just double checking it. Just make sure that nothing is wrong or nothing is, you know, backfiring him.
Yeah.
So that's
one
the
of our
difference.
viewers is saying bishop a2 is better than g4. Well, let's see. I don't know. It's a funny idea of then, like, look, from g2 to a2. What a journey, right? I mean, we get your idea. It's very stable genius suggesting to capture the pawn on g6. But I don't know. I mean, it doesn't seem bad, but I think, like, I don't know what is the purpose of
Just to take on g6. Yeah.
allowing the knight to come here.
96. I like it.
I mean, I guess we can still, I mean, can still play there, and you still can't go to g4, right? So we can still sort of go for this idea. But another point could be, I'm wondering, like, is there any point in taking this knight and going knight g5?
No.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. Don't. Then I'll just go knight g5. Can I just go knight g5? Don't kill me, Irene.
I love that bishop.
Yeah,
I love
know.
that bishop so much.
All right, I changed my mind here. If you take, I got queen g6. Okay, so I'm inviting you to take, and meanwhile I'm threatening to take you and take the pawn, and you still can't move the knight anywhere. So yeah, we see your points. Bishop a2, yes, offers up quite nice tactics against the g6 pawn, and also looks very promising, right? And by the way, if you go like knight d4, well, I'm going to be very tempted to look at that move.
Yeah, I'm very tempted. Just
Right,
take it.
Just take. Oh, you don't even want me to think about it,
Yeah,
right?
just
You
take it.
It's
And take
not
on E6.
necessary.
Actually, now you can
but
take.
now can I think?
Now bishop takes.
Yeah,
now
bishop takes. I agree.
And then queen
because
g6 and just go
then you
over.
can't even block
Mhm.
because the rook hangs. And it's checkmate. It's checkmate both ways, right? It's kind of cool. Well, when I say checkmate, I mean you have to give up your queen, but it's good.
Yeah.
So, okay, guys. Basically, I think if you're a Magnus fan, you should be very happy right now because Magnus has some very attractive attacking options. And I think he's also just playing a really good game. You know, it like back when Ivanchuk played e5, right? Do you remember what we said? We were like, okay, he got the trade of these pawns. Like, it didn't look like Magnus had much.
Yep.
It looks like a very solid opening result for Ivanchuk. And in just like a fairly short time, he managed to make so much progress in the position. I mean, I guess I would point out, first of all, rook c1 is like amazing move because not obvious at all, right? And I mean, I don't know, maybe knight a6 in hindsight will be found to be a mistake, and maybe the computer will have been able to make the move knight e4 work, and maybe it's not as brilliant, but psychologically it's brilliant.
Yes.
Right? Because like, knight a6 looks okay, but it's a bit of a concession, right? He develops here, okay. And then what was it? This move, bishop f1 was quite nice. And then a4, beautiful. So good. And by the way, his queen is really well placed here.
I
And
agree,
this
yeah.
a5 and rook a4.
And the
so
rook
good.
lift, yeah.
Yes.
Even before you push e5, yes.
Yeah,
Before
like-
this happen.
It was just brilliant, like that a4, a5, rook a4.
And the maneuver with the bishop.
Yeah. But rook c1 was the really tricky move. Rook c1 was very tricky. And bishop d3 to b1, also very cool. Probably not the hardest thing in the world for him, you know, but still really nice play. And h5 is just not going to save black, those kinds of moves. And so is Magnus, he's still thinking.
He's still thinking.
Yeah,
Yep.
but he is focused today.
Yeah, he's a lot focused today, as if he lost yesterday, which he didn't. I like this. I like this change of his attitude, because usually he's just looking careless, you know. But now today he's looking like very concentrated, very focused.
Yeah, kind of like he was on his must-win situation with Kmar.
Yeah, that's what I was
Right.
talking
I mean,
about,
well, I
yeah.
think that's the point. We have a question from our audience. What was the point of rook c1? Yeah, the move that I praised, that I thought was like probably the deepest move of the game. Yeah, I was saying this move is unusual because, first of all, you rarely use an f rook to go to the c file when you have a c rook. So that's number one, right? And, well, the purpose of it, as it turned out, was that it made this knight, leave the center. And that kind of cost black some precious time, as he's always kind of had issues with these knights. And the reason it's not, okay, let's say to understand this move, we probably need to figure out what's wrong with something like knight d2, right? But I think I can tell you guys that what's wrong with it is that, first of all, there's going to be rook d8, right? And because the knight's still in the center, there's also the d3 square, so black can use that square, right? They can use it with their rook, they can use it with their knight. It's going to be a totally different story. So the point of rook c1 is that before black gets a chance to play rook d8, because you can't go rook d8 anymore, it loses a piece. And when you try to deflect my rook, I'm going to go king h2 and still be up a piece and win. So I'm trying to basically force you to move this knight somewhere worse than where it is. So either of those squares would be worse because they'd be blocking the bishop. Well, this is the side of the board that Ivanchuk chose, and so the only other option is taking the pawn. But you got to be kind of brave to do this because there's a pin coming, right? There's definitely, it's kind of scary to go into the pin and then figure out, like, okay, now the knight's going to get attacked in so many different ways, what to do, right? There's a lot of calculation. So maybe Ivanchuk could go for it. Maybe he could go,
Rook e8.
Rook e8, but I wouldn't say that like any of this is easy for black to decide on, right? Because it just involves like pure calculation, like how are you saving this knight?
Right.
Maybe you go f5. I don't know. Maybe it's not so bad. You go f5 and you try to hold the knight, and of course white can win the pawn back, like, in some way. you know. But of course, I can see why this looks scary
Yeah, I can understand why.
to Ivanchuk. Yeah,
he
by the
didn't
way,
choose
knight
this.
d2, there might even be rook d8, right? So he didn't go for this because there's a lot to calculate, right? But in reality, the move knight a6, there's not so much to calculate, but then he's garnered like a concession from Ivanchuk, right? So he made the knight move out of the center. So from my point of view, this was like by far the most brilliant move of the game,
Right.
because, you know,
This is like
Yeah.
the opening move of the whole grandiose plan by Magnus Carlsen, because then we saw bishop f1, bishop d3, bishop b1. I mean, this is just the follow-up of this rook c1, and also the rook leaf with a4, a5, and then rook a4. Rook c1 decided, yeah, because when you played this move, your follow-up moves have to make sense, and I mean, even though this is just like one move, but I think he already had this plan in mind to shift his pieces to the other side of the board while also taking control to the king side.
yeah, and and after that he just started to develop, right? So you can see that, like, okay, he had this plan of development, but including that move was very important.
Yep.
So basically, you're trying to make your opponent's pieces worse is the point. So hopefully we answered your question there, guys. Yeah, Magnus is still thinking. How much time does he have? He has 15 minutes for his next 11 moves. I think that's enough time for him to work things out. You know, he's just trying to be precise. And this is a good time for us to see what is going on in the game of Linear Dominguez, who actually went for the line that we were talking about. So he played h5, bishop c2, and rook e3. And that's about as far as we got in our analysis, because this queen has a big problem. And, well, we're trying to get her off of this square so that we can just calmly play h6 and get a big attack against your king. So Linear is playing in the most logical way.
Yes, this is one of the most interesting matchups, I would say, apart from the matchup between Carlsen versus Ivanchuk. This is also like a veteran versus youngster. But so far, Dominguez is in control of the game.
Well, we see a lot of end games in the other games. So
I think board number 2 is about... It can finish at any time.
oh yeah, Burkish versus Prague. Yeah, we're not really going to look at that right now. So how about at least just take a peek at Wang Hao versus Gukesh. I mean, they are in the end game. It's it's not the most exciting one. Bishops of opposite color. Well, black has a C pawn, white's got the center pawn. I guess we do expect this game to ultimately finish in a draw. This bishop is blocked. I guess that's an important detail. Black might be playing f6, bishop f7 at some point, or maybe even f5 at some point. Could happen.
Yep, I agree. But also, black has this passer on the C file that I think Gukesh is trying to make use of it, because there is always some compensation. My piece is getting blocked, but I have a passer, so we'll see which one is better than the other.
All right, let's go to the game between Tan Zhongyi and Bella Hotenashvili, because we knew that game was going to be interesting, and it has blown up. It's move 20. They still have a lot of moves to make before the time control. Somehow in this game, the white pawn got to d6, and that happened as a result of the knight coming to d6. Okay, and the knight went to f5, king f8. Yeah, very complex so far. I mean, black is still up a pawn. And they got a nice blockade with their knights. I mean, but what could be the issue here for black's position? Where is white's compensation coming from? I guess they're going to be going after us on the C file, yeah?
Yeah, I was just wondering, after bishop b7, we were talking that you have to put your king into safety and then possibly just do the long castle. But instead of doing the long castle, Bella, I think, voluntarily played king f8. Okay, g7 was hanging. So let's quickly see up to I think this point before knight d6. Yes, so this one. Bishop b7, knight d6 takes. So what's happening? Why didn't she play long castle here? I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing it's just because she thinks like something's going to happen to her c pawn. But good question, right? Like, why did she have to allow like the knight to come to f5, right? Well, there could be also a3 could be happening at any point.
And after b3.
Yeah, a3, b3. I'm just saying, not necessarily right away, but. And also, you know what it is? I think this knight, it's time to go home. It's had a nice life on h4.
So knight
it's
f3,
time.
knight e5. Yeah.
Yeah. Or even like that, you know?
That's
but
true.
definitely time to improve that knight from the side of the board. And you know, maybe she just felt like her king was not that safe on the queen side either. But definitely, you know, an important question, yeah? Because she wound up having to go to f8.
And maybe now this is the time. Now the knight cannot go to e5 or d2. The knight is already on f5. So maybe you can just do long castle.
Maybe long castle, yeah?
And g7 is not really hanging.
Yeah, I mean, you can take there, but it's probably not worth it, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Because you have to
that
play knight
pawn.
h5 here. d4 is hanging. So, yeah.
So maybe she could have gone for long castle. So
And
you're,
instead
you're
of
an
king
advocate.
f8,
You're right. You're an
yeah.
advocate for the long castle approach, yeah? Well, the way she played, it still doesn't seem like very easy to take advantage of. And I have to say, you know what? It's like, is c3 so bad? I guess c3 you're going to go a3, yeah? And black would have gone c3. I guess this must be the point, yeah, that we start undermining from this side. Okay. So she chose to just trade, get that outpost. And her position looks pretty solid here, I have to say. For black, like I see the computer prefers white a bit, but it's not like completely obvious to me why that's the case. I suppose it's, well, the king is not so safe and the harmony for black, because the rooks are not connected, is not so good, right? That's the issue. So let's say we go bishop b5. And I think, is that what she played? No, she I think she went queen b5.
Queen b5.
Okay. Well, that's also possible. That was also one of my questions. I mean, I guess you can go bishop d3 after rook c1. So how do we show an advantage here for white? I mean, it must be...
I'm tempted to play bishop e4 actually.
To stop bishop d3.
To stop bishop d3, and then you have rook ac1 next.
Yeah, but I'm tempted to play maybe f5 after that.
And can I just take?
You can take, but I'm not sure that it works. Yeah. Let's go f5. I know it's a little crazy moving my pawn so recklessly, but I'm not sure that you can sack, actually. I don't think sacking.
Or maybe you can include a4.
Yeah, sacking doesn't work because I have
Sacking
knight
doesn't
f6.
work,
Yeah.
Ah, that's true.
Yeah, and I offer you a queen trade. You have to do something else.
Does a4 work or best? I don't know. This f5 doesn't convince me at all. So maybe I can just move back to g2
Yeah.
instead of a4. Yeah, because
Just
this
move
already
back,
gives some
right? Yeah.
sensation. e6 is now a weakness.
Yeah, I've created like another weakness in my position. Okay, well, let's see what else I could have done after bishop e4. Well, the funny thing is, what exactly do you want?
Well, I just want to play rook c1.
You
right?
wanna play
rook
rook
ac1.
Rook ac1.
So maybe you can play something like g5, king g7. I think you have to try to connect the rooks.
You said which move?
G5 and then king
G5.
g7.
So you're
Just
not
to
afraid
improve-
of that weakening
Or
of my king.
g6. I don't know which one actually is better.
Yeah, you really want to help me sack, huh? I mean, you're like setting me up for this. I wouldn't be surprised if like maybe
Yeah, maybe sacking
at
is
some
good.
point now I can actually sack, right? So yeah, I have to be very careful about how I move my pawns around my king. I'm trying to find a more solid move for black. More solid. I have ideas, you know? What's one of my number one ideas? Maybe my bishop should be going to d5.
So pulling the knight back.
Yeah, pulling the knight back and then going bishop d5.
That's nice.
Yeah, because it's actually a pretty good square
Yeah,
for
it is.
both of those pieces.
I like it.
Yeah, so not so easy, but I mean, like, my point is, like, the engine bar loves white here, but I'm just trying to say that it's not that clear. Like, I think this is not like the kind of advantage where white has a fixed advantage and it's obvious where it's coming from. Here, it's like it's a very dynamic kind of thing, right? So I'm thinking, I'm certainly, if I was white, I would at least take a look at this move. I don't know, just to see, right? Because in general, if you take, I'm happy. Right, so I'm basically forcing your queen here, and maybe that's some sort of a gain for me in some way. And maybe I just go for this pawn, right? Like maybe I just go like rook c1, and you go bishop d3, and I take, right? I mean, we got to take a look at this line. Maybe you're fine. I mean, I have a d pawn, you have a b pawn, but it's complicated.
It is a very complex position. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. All right. Magnus, that looks like a good moment to go back to his game, guys. And he is making some progress against Ivanchuk. At least he got his pawn to e6. So what did he do? Which line did he go for? He went for the checkmate threat, g6, and then he went for bishop a2.
Not g4.
Yeah, mentioned by our viewers. And then king g7 happened. We only looked at knight e6, knight g5. King g7 played by Ivanchuk, and Magnus then goes in, knight g5, which the engine bar didn't like as much, huh? Maybe there were other interesting things that he could have done. I mean, of course, rook f4 is one of the moves that I would look at in this position. Rook f4 seems quite interesting as well. You know, but then there'd probably be like knight e6. My idea was actually something like this.
You can play rook f6.
Yeah, that was my idea. That was kind of like what I wanted to go for. But okay, let's take a look at the game. He played knight g5, rook f8, e6, f6.
And we have a result on board number 3 between Fabiano Caruana versus Jan Krzysztof Duda, which ended with a draw.
Yeah, so Caruana's great opening preparation still only led to a draw. And okay, so you know what's interesting is that Magnus has a lot less time than Vasily, but I wouldn't say that he's really in time trouble. I mean, he only has 5 moves left to make, and he has the big advantage. So, but I think Vasily just started playing so quickly, right? I don't know. Is it that he kind of gave up on his game? He knows it's bad, and he just decided to play fast to put some pressure on the clock.
Yeah, I think he thinks that that's one of his only chances to score something out of this game, because I think both of the players could already tell that only white could win this position.
All right, so bishop a2 just happened, and I mean, I have to say, like, Magnus is just kind of winning the game strategically, right? Because now he just got full ownership over this square.
And the e6 pawn is just so strong.
Yeah, then he got the pass pawn, and there's no way this knight is ever coming out. So he might not be like checkmating black, but he certainly established like a total positional domination. And Ivanchuk played rook c5. So how does white eventually win this game? Well, for now, they're probably going to go queen e3.
You know what? There's one funny move.
Sure.
Queen a1.
Queen a1. Wow. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Could it work? What's the idea? You want to go b4?
No, I just want to play b3.
Yeah.
And
Well, also, yeah. Okay. I'm willing to bet this move's not going to happen. I think
it's not going to happen.
I think he's done a lot of maneuvering, but this is one maneuver we're not going to see. I'm thinking, okay, queen e3 is just the most obvious, right? Like, there's no way it could be like
Queen
such a bad
E3
idea. Or queen f4. Yeah, like it can be a bad idea to come into the center. So let's just do it.
Also, maybe bishop c4, because you wanna still play with this b4, trapping the rook.
Oh wow, like bishop c4, putting yourself in a pin, and just in order to try to trap the rook. Interesting, yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, everything is possible here. Queen e3 is also nice. Queen f4.
So queen e3, let's say they go, what moves is black even able to make? I mean, he's able to play rook d8. Right, so that's one move still available to him to play on the d file. But then,
But then
ooh,
knight f7,
knight f7,
yeah.
starting to look dangerous, and the queen is coming in for like a checkmate. Yeah. Actually, knight f7 is like the big idea, isn't it? After queen e3.
Right.
So how is black going to defend? I mean, knight d5, I suppose. Yeah.
But there's queen e5, knight f6.
Yeah, queen e5, there's knight f6, and I believe that's the only move, because if I play queen f7, queen f6, it's a little too much, yeah? There's e7. So you would be going back, and I'm not exactly making humongous progress here, right? So let's go back. So if you go knight d5, yeah, I mean knight d. Oh, I was also thinking about bishop takes. I know we don't really want to play that move, but just to kind of show, like, why not, right? Just because we should try this idea. I mean, maybe the problem here is that you actually just sack the exchange. You sack the exchange, you kind of trade with me, and at least, you know, black has survived up to this point with a knight and pawn for the rook.
Oh, I have one cool line there.
Tell me.
After knight d5, I think you can take on c5 and e7.
Knight d5, you can take on d5, and then where?
And e7. Oh, queen c5 now.
Queen
Sacrificing.
c5.
Yes.
Okay. Ah, you have a little fork planned. Okay, well, all right. Magnus did bring out the queen to e3. There could be some issue with this fork, but it's certainly tricky.
I mean, white could have gotten more, I agree, but I mean, this type of move, you still have to calculate anyway about all the sacrifice that might happen on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only thing here is that it's just like more.
No,
Oh, there's
knight
knight
e6
e6. Even
and
if
take on,
I
yes.
move my queen, you just play knight e6 and you promote by taking my rook. Huh.
But then you have to move your king, so that after king g8,
king g8.
then
yeah.
I'll take, and then you have to take with a queen.
Yeah, good point.
Or maybe knight e6 first. But if knight e6, queen e7, no, you cannot do that. So
we got to take.
I couldn't see anything else actually.
Let's see if we can find anything else.
Oh, push e8. You cannot take because king g7 and knight e7, knight e6.
That's so tricky.
Yeah,
That's so tricky.
That's so tricky.
All right, we actually have this position on the board. You know, Magnus has a chance to go for your line if he so wishes. By the way, yeah, this is super tricky stuff here that Irina is showing us. Look at that. The king's in check, and he's got to only go to that square, and then there's another check, and then we pick up this queen, and we're going to be up a rook. So right here, yeah, big choice for Magnus. But I mean, queen c5, it's hard to go for that, right?
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, Magnus just pulled the
went
queen back.
d2.
Yeah, he did not go for
Yeah.
this dramatic queen sacrifice. But still, I think that's a really cool find here, Irene, opening up that e6 square. Okay, he went to d2. He's got 2 more moves to make the time control. Black can barely move anything. You know, this knight is certainly not a piece that can easily move because there's d4 square opens up. So what's our threat? What do you think is our number one threat here as white?
b4 trapping. Is it a trap? No. This rook a4 has to move.
Yeah, you know, what's funny is that this rook was so powerful, but like she actually doesn't really have any more squares on the 4th rank, right? Like this rook is a little bit irrelevant. If we could improve the rook, it would be very nice. Do you know what's really funny?
What is it?
Well, I don't know. I was even thinking like maybe we even have time to just go like bishop b3 and like rook back and rook somewhere there into the center and then eventually win on the d file.
Mm.
And the reason I'm thinking that is because black's position is so like positionally busted
Right.
in a long-term way. What did Ivanchik play?
Rook f6.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so now, of course, the other main idea is knight f7. Maybe Ivanchik is defending against that. Maybe that was the whole point, because now if we go knight f7, at least there is an answer to that.
Mm-hmm.
And then the knight hangs, so the queen cannot really come in. So I think that is the other main threat that Magnus had. But now we're very close to just being winning, yeah?
But we have to find how to win this.
I actually, I think it has something to do with improving this rook.
I was just wondering, can we just trade this rook? Rook c4 takes, and then you have to defend this d5 knight, and then we just push, I don't know, b3 for example, and then taking over the diagonal, a1, h8, just, you know, making like a very little progress, because this position is going to play by itself. The knight on g5 is so strong, e6 is holding everything.
Yeah, like, I mean, I was almost looking at like, honestly, I was even looking at this. I know it doesn't work, but like, I was like, can we just sack the exchange, you know, to get the queen here? Of course, you don't want to do that because then there's like counterplay from f4. But for me, it's like a question of how to get this rook into the game in a good way. And I guess rook c4 is not really the right way to do it, right?
Yeah,
You don't really
like
want to
exchanging
trade. Yeah. So what's your idea?
Yeah, that was my idea.
Rook
c4.
Oh, you were saying rook c4? Okay.
Yeah, just taking, and then
Yeah.
and then I just want to improve my bishop.
Yeah, the
And,
problem is like they're going to go like with knight c7
and then
just
b3.
goes on and on.
Oh,
and
e6
he
is
actually
hanging.
went for b4, I think.
Oh, b4 immediately. And then rook has to go to c3.
Yeah, I
right?
guess he just wants to take on d5. Okay, that's what he's going for. It's very prosaic. Yeah, that's right. Just go b4. Rook moves away. You
Yes.
take on c3, d5, and that's kind of
cd5 already.
and that's kind of it.
And
yeah.
then just take on d5, and then the rook on a4 will
Yeah, the rook,
reroute it
yeah,
back.
the rook looks ugly for the moment, but it will come back into the game, so
Yes.
it's okay.
Nah,
Yeah.
this is just hopeless, I guess, for
Yeah,
black.
yeah.
Unfortunately.
This is a strong game by Magnus. You
Yeah.
know, I would say this is like, it's kind of nice to see that after like his kind of shaky games against Keimer.
Mm-hmm. Because also, yeah, Magnus in this game is showing like his deep positional understanding with all these maneuvers, and now he's just picking all the pawns up. So queen d5 is on the board, and then f4.
Did Ivanchik already play that?
Mhm.
Yeah, he played f4. Okay. All right. So, first of all, one move that comes to mind is queen d7. Just comes to mind. I don't know. We don't have to do that. But there's also knight e4 that needs to be calculated, but then there's rook e6. Yeah, knight e4 is maybe the one move that definitely doesn't work. You go back and then you blunder that. We don't want that to happen. But how about just queen d7 here? Can we go for queen d7?
Yep, I think we can totally do that. Or
Oh,
he
Magnus
took
is
first.
just going for the trade. Okay. Interesting. Didn't think too long on that one.
And it's already moved for t?
Yeah, they're past
Oh,
move
they're
40.
past already.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they've made the time control. And so Magnus doesn't seem to mind opening up his king like that. And I think the reason is that the rook cannot even capture back, actually. And Ivanchik immediately plays rook f5. And the reason the rook can't even take the pawn, guys, is because of queen e5. And then you can't really go there because the pawn will promote. And you can't block with your rook because then this move is very powerful. So
Mhm.
Ivanchik just goes rook f5 instantly. But then he's going to have to face queen d7, rook c7.
Right. And in the far end of the camera, we see Berkas Farang just trying to see what's going on the first board. While his own game, I think, is going to be another draw on the top board. I don't see. I think we can quickly show what's happening, because also we'd like to see how Pragnananda, after beating Hikaru Nakamura, facing Berkas Farang. Actually, Berkas Farang is the lowest rated player in the field in this round.
Okay, so, well, what can we say about their game?
Pretty much equal.
Yeah, it's a little space advantage on the king side for black. They still got to make the time control, but it's hard to see anyone winning this very symmetric position.
My take is that they will agree for a draw in the next moves.
Perhaps we should take a look at Lanier Dominguez versus Alexei Sorana, because their game promised to be very interesting. And after rook e3, Sorana went to c5, walked into bishop e7, and he's still thinking. Okay, I don't know. Lanier has spent a lot of time in this game. He has a lot less time than Sorana, but he still has 15 moves to make. It does seem like he's winning the exchange, though, at the very least. So let's say, where's this queen going to go? She doesn't exactly have a lot of moves. Queen c7. Yeah, Sorana doesn't look too happy about his position.
Yeah.
Oh, what do we do here? I mean, the thing is, we might even be able to move this rook away. I actually feel like we should.
Or bishop d6 first.
Yeah, exactly. First throw in this. Avoid the queen trade, and then...
Depends on where the queen
all right,
goes.
you go here. I mean, I could take your rook if I want, because I'm threatening checkmate. But I probably should, right? Because if I
like
go
h6. Just go for h6.
but I can even go here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can even go here. You can't even move your rook.
But let's go for the kill. h6.
You want to go for the kill? I'm
Yeah.
trying to go for the kill slowly.
Slowly.
All right, you want to just...
Or maybe it's bad
do it
because
right
bishop
away.
g6 here. Because take and bishop g6. Maybe there's I think Ivanchuk resigned. Can we quickly see what's happening?
Yeah, let's see the final move of the game.
So after
rook
f4,
f5, queen
took,
e4, he
and then just
decided
resign.
this
Yeah, I
was-
mean the position is already hopeless for Ivanchuk, and I understand then that he resigned. I think he saw there's no point in continuing.
Yeah.
And well done. It's a very good technical play by Magnus Carlsen, showing a very deep understanding of his maneuvers, lots of maneuvers. Rook c1, as you mentioned, is like, the key move of all the very good maneuvers, also with the bishop and also with the rook lift. Well done.
Yeah, basically White's winning plan in this position is rook a2 to d2 to d7, and Ivanchuk actually just can't really move any of his pieces. This is the problem. He can't move this knight because of queen d4 check. I mean, there's nowhere really for this rook to go, so he just didn't see a point in continuing. But yeah, this is a game that Magnus won without any luck, I would say, so very nice job by him. He made it look easy. He made it look smooth.
It look easy, yeah.
Yeah. This is definitely an example of a very smooth game. Yeah.
And that game, Irina, that you mentioned earlier, Wang Hao versus Gukash, turns out I was right. He maximized the use of the C passer, and now black is looking very good.
And also Wang Hao is not looking that great on the clock with his 2 minutes against 20 minutes.
Yes, and they still have to make another 11 moves.
So black played f5 at some point recently. Yeah, we were saying that this could be one of the ways that he tries to open up that bishop, and he does.
He did.
And
it was actually before. This f5 was before, when the c pawn was still on c5.
Yeah. So rook d4. And how does black capitalize on this position? I mean, obviously there's a rook that's going to come down to b2. Knight e6 is a potential move, but then there's rook d6. And I don't think you want to play moves like that, right? Because that way your bishop on g6 stays closed. It's not like a terrible looking move, but it's probably not the right way to go. I think you want this bishop to remain more open.
Mm-hmm.
So probably, first of all, taking once seems like a good idea. Okay, the bishop stays open. And then you want to think about whether to bring out this knight. But the only issue with bringing out the knight is rook d6. But then we have king f7. Perhaps we can get away with this and bring the king to e7.
Yeah. I think
But
so
it's
too.
a little tricky, I have to say, this whole position, like knight d4, knight takes, and I was thinking maybe we even take on g6, but okay, then black is better. Yeah, black is going to win this position somehow.
Knight e2.
Yeah, black is going to
Even
just maybe even c2.
even c2, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is there any
Baby bishop
bishop d6?
d6 maybe.
Oh, maybe you have to take the bishop first before c2, just to eliminate it.
that.
Yeah, and then c2 is there.
But then c2 there's rook
there's
g7.
rook g7. Yeah.
So there has to be some other way to win. I'm sure we can find it.
Rook f. No,
yeah,
rook
we just need to
f3.
not blunder.
I like rook f8.
Rook f8 and on rook g7, though that's a
Like
problem,
king
right?
e6.
Then I get behind your pawn.
Oh no, I think you just
Yay for me.
yeah.
Okay. No, well, we got far away. Let's go back. Let's go back and just see what he did. He went knight e6. Okay. So he's going for the improvement of the knight without opening the f file. That's fine. So he's going to go king f7 on rook d6. But taking on e4 definitely had its points. You know, you want to just kind of make sure this bishop stays open and then you find a move. All right. So Gukesh went for knight e6. Wang Hao has less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, so we'll stay until they make their time control, because this is going to be interesting to see. I think there will be some mistakes and blunders coming up soon, because wow, less than 2 minutes and white has to make 11 moves.
So where do we think this rook is going to go?
It has to go to rook d6 or keep on the fourth rank.
Because you got to keep the pawn protected, right? So I guess this move. Rook d6. But actually he played rook a4. That looks weird.
That looks really weird.
It does look weird. I mean, it just feels like, aren't you a little scared one day there could be a knight c5? I know it's not there just yet, but like one day it will be there. You know? Like, you know what I would do right now? I would take an e4 and then play bishop f7.
Bishop f7.
Yeah. I mean, at least I would think about it. I know you have some ideas, but yeah, I would think about that, because knight c5, that way you don't have rook c4.
I like this rook b2 move instead of bishop f7. I think any active moves like that is
Nice.
good. Yeah.
I like it too, yeah, because I can't even take because of that. Just rook b2. Yeah.
And then maybe knight c5 and then take on e4. That's it. Wow, this
Yeah.
could be over soon. I think this might be over before they make the time control.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think do you want to just stick with this game? I don't know. He has a minute and a half, but Gukesh has a lot of time, and there could be something interesting going on the other boards. For example, let's take a look at Tan versus Bella. Okay, this is exciting too, guys. What move did Tan play? She actually went for a4. She went for this move a4 that we were talking about. Then she went for rook ac1. And knight c3 happened. Queen b2. So it was pretty sharp. Okay, they repeated, but then she went for bishop d2. Like even potential exchange sacrifice that probably is too dangerous to do for black. Okay, all right. Now I see white's advantage because white has won back the pawn, and obviously she has like all the advantages. This king is terrible. Okay, now Bella is getting herself in trouble.
Let's try to figure out why she is in trouble.
Yeah, she's in trouble because of the d pawn, but we still have to be kind of smart about how we use it. But I mean,
think
obviously
just to
bishop
take-
d5.
yeah, bishop
bishop d5. Let's say when you take with the c pawn, I just go queen c7, I think. It's a little tricky still, but yeah, like let's say something like that. King g7. Now, I was planning to have rook e6 here, right? I was planning on that. Maybe I still have it. I don't know. But, of course,
There's rook c8.
yeah, there's rook c8, and the rook is hanging on c1. So we can't quite do that, and maybe that's why we should rethink the move queen c7 and go for something else. So what else can we...
Oh, another crazy thought.
Rook e6.
Rook e6.
Okay.
Yes.
You know what? I
Rook
really
e6.
like this move. It's beautiful. Let's appreciate how nice that is, guys. And the point to it is that if you take, I think your idea is queen f3, right?
No, queen c7.
Queen. You want to go queen c7. And queen c7 and then check.
Actually, queen f3 is also very nice.
It's interesting, right? Like, I don't know, queen
But
f3.
after queen f3, king g8, rook c7, then rook h7.
Yes, you have some moves here.
Or even rook f8, does it?
Yeah, but the thing is I have queen g4, right, like this.
Queen g4, then
Rook f6.
rook f6.
Yeah, well then my attack is over, so I shouldn't be attacking like that. Maybe queen f6.
Then if I just take on d6, I think you only have like perpetual.
Yeah. Well, I think
Or maybe not too. Maybe the
I
king
do
can
have
escape.
only
yeah.
perpetual because of this.
Ah, right.
Yep.
So try queen c7 instead of queen f3.
Queen c7, yeah. All right, let me try to understand your idea. Your idea is actually here, here, and just push the pawn,
Or
right?
rook c7.
Or rook c7, yeah. You want to double up on the 7th. Tricky. Uh-huh. You know, it's funny because the computer says it's equal, but it's tricky. You know what it is? Maybe I need to... Actually, I don't really want to be black here.
I know, right?
Can I just say that?
To play as
I
well.
have I think I have an idea. I have an idea, okay. But it's like, can that really be it? All right, you know what my idea is? King g8. King g8. Watch this.
And
Pro-
if I
it's
just play
probably awful.
d7?
Queen b6, but then you have queen. I mean, that was the idea anyway. Queen b6 was the idea. Look at it. It holds.
It holds.
It's incredible. I mean, after d7, I have queen here, and then even when you try to trick me,
You
I
just-
have like...
Yeah. No,
uh,
just move the king, no?
Oh, I can. Yeah, I guess I can even move the king and hold that square. And my other point of king g8 was actually that when you go here, I was going to play rook h7.
Nice.
It's like I feel so scared. I feel so scared
Yeah.
about my position, but it's holding.
Wow. Yeah, I would definitely consider that. I think Tanzania
Yeah.
is actually thinking it.
But, all right, let's go back to Tan, because Tan has to, I mean, the trade is sort of an obvious thing to do, right? It's hard to really see her not doing that. I mean, because the bishop holds together the whole position. So is she really not going to take it? Like, would be surprising, right?
Agree.
And king g7 is coming next. So I'm still thinking this is the most likely. But there's something the engine wants to do more than bishop takes d5. That...
Oh,
Like,
I think you could just play d7, because if you take on g2, I think there is d5.
but so how is that better though? Because like, isn't king g7 still going to be played? Like, how is it different?
That's true.
Right. I mean, you're still eventually going to have to take this bishop to try to get in with your queen, right? So there's something tricky about this whole thing. I mean, there are maybe some ideas like that. That's actually kind of interesting. I don't know. I actually think this could be looked at, going in this direction, because I know you want to hide your king. You know, I know you want to hide your king here.
So you just play queen e5 and queen f6?
Yeah, basically bishop d5. First I get rid of your defender, and then I infiltrate. Now you don't have the block because I take king h7.
And now rook c7.
Then, yes, and then I'm going to kind of come in with this concept and win.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
So I think we got it.
Yeah.
It's a cool
Such
line.
a difficult position for Bella.
So actually, Tan really has something quite strong here, and even better than the obvious bishop takes d5. But she has less than 5 minutes to come up with it. I don't know. I mean, I would be impressed. I would be impressed if she went for queen e3. But I think once you see it, you kind of like, you really appreciate this concept.
But I think she is also doing some calculation right now about the obvious capturing on e6. I mean, it's obvious that you have to calculate it. It's not necessarily that it was good or bad, but just like after bishop d5, cd5, and rook e6. I think he's just trying to make sure if it doesn't really give white anything, then she will switch to other line.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about this is that the nature of this move is prophylactic, right? You're basically fighting against Black's main idea of setting up harmony,
right?
Which is what makes this like the most powerful approach for White. Other things are, you know, they're attractive, but they're not prophylactic in nature.
Right. And probably we can quickly go back to Dominguez versus Sarada, because I think this game will be ending very soon.
And so we think that Dominguez is going to be winning, huh?
And indeed, I was proven right. And Sarada just
Sarana
resigned.
looks unhappy.
Yes, because
Sarana looks so unhappy. He just kind of got crushed. He knows that, like, out of the opening. He didn't get to play much of a game. He played a bit, right? But like a lot of it was like theory. And then he got caught in a dangerous idea, and he just didn't navigate his way out of it.
But I must applaud the opening preparation by Dominguez. Clearly showed that he was always in the upper hand position, even though at one moment in the position it's looking like it was equal, but he was totally in control.
Yeah, and in the final position we see how did he finish it off? He played bishop e7 here, took the rook, moved over his own rook probably. So he's up in exchange. Okay, it's a cute move. This is cute, guys. He put his rook under attack as the queen can't take it. And he's attacking the knight on d4, who's protecting the bishop. So I think that's kind of very strong. And then he just traded. Oh, he's going to be attacking f7 here because his bishop is so powerful. Wow. And then he just kind of... Well, by the way, I should point out that White is threatening a very cute checkmate with rook takes f7 and rook e8. And that's the reason that Black feels a lot of pain on that f7 square. That's why you never want bishops just pointing at your king directly like that. And he tries to neutralize the bishop, but that means, well, you're trading down pieces. You lose the pawn on a7, and he just resigned. He doesn't even have a pawn for the exchange, and he also has lots of weaknesses. That pawn is weak. That pawn is a target. That pawn can be a target. So the knight is pretty helpless here. And yeah, this is a really good opening prep and good execution by Linier Dominguez. And I think in this game, the really special moment was when Dominguez played this move, h4. And that pawn move turned out to be like absolutely decisive in this game.
Very decisive. It's I really like this move because it opens some air for the king, but also it serves some attacking purposes. So it's really like a very nice move to make.
All right, let's go back to Tan versus Bella. So she actually moved her queen to a3. Yeah, and I think this is an exciting game to stay on because they've got like, very little time to actually make 12 moves. So I think we can just stay on this until the time control and the other games. Well, they're exciting too. There is, perhaps I can just take a look at what is going on in Gukesh. Gukesh is, he's still playing. Not much has changed there. So, okay, let's stay on this game for a few moves.
And Bella just moved rook d8, I guess.
So she didn't play king g7, yeah? She played rook d8, okay. So what is Tan's idea here? Bella basically, if the bishop takes, the pawn takes, she at least wants to be able to capture that pawn. You know what I think Tan's idea was? I will share it with you. I think Tan's idea was opening this rook so that if king g7 happens, she can take and actually do this. And then her rook is not blocked by the queen, and then she can have similar ideas to what we were talking about, or maybe just that sort of strong centralization by white. So that's her idea, and Bella tries to prevent it by going rook d8. So it's at least a little harder to take on d6.
Yes, and Tan has pushed the pawn to d7, and king g7 is on the board. Yeah.
Okay, well, all I can say is that, black is going to try hard to win that pawn if they can. I mean, there are some chances, right? The key line here is bishop takes.
Takes 6 and queen e7.
And queen e7.
Or rook c7.
Yeah, and here, well, first of all, there's queen a4.
So maybe rook c7 is more precise. Because how are you going to attack that pawn on d7? Yeah.
Yeah, you basically have no ways to attack it at all. Wow.
But she's moved queen d6.
Queen d6.
Wait,
what? No.
Oh, without taking on d5. Without taking on d5.
Okay, she played there right away. Bishop's still on the board. Queen d6.
That's very clever.
Sure. But is it? Is it clever? Because now what if I take and play queen b7?
Oh.
What if I actually, how are you going to save that pawn now?
Oh,
it looks like there's an oversight in what Tan just did.
Maybe she was only calculating queen takes a4, forgetting that if black could just defend.
Yeah, maybe she just forgot that this can be taken and queen b7, because that would be like a huge resource for Bella.
Yeah. Wow. So if Bella could recover this position quickly, this was
I think she actually will find this.
I think so too.
Because it's just not that hard. It's like if you're black, you're just dying to win that pawn, and you can't really do queen b7 because the bishop takes d5.
Yep. And however you take it, the rook will come to 7, right?
Yeah. So bishop takes d5.
Yeah.
She has 3 minutes. She should find it, and she's just been given a huge reprieve. Huge. It's actually incredible, like how bad the move queen d6 is. Because at least take the bishop, right, and then figure it out. Rook c7 was super strong, you were saying, but even this, right, at least there's something to calculate here, because for example, rook takes e6 is a threat, right? You still you still have to actually, there's stuff to calculate in this line, right? Yeah, black could have played more accurately. I should have taken with the rook, I think, to defend the 7th rank. But black is barely kind of holding on here, right? They sort of do, but yeah. But playing queen d6 and allowing bishop takes g2 is just so simple though for black. That's the problem.
Yeah. It's also very uncharacteristic by Tanzongi to play this, and we'll see. I think Bella will be playing soon anyway. She has 2 minutes on the clock, while Tanzongi has 1.5. And no, she took on a4.
Whoa. Okay. I don't understand anything. I can't believe it. You wouldn't go for the pawn on d7, but okay.
I think it still holds.
Maybe she still. Well, how does she hold it after
bishop takes d5 and then cd5?
cd5 and then rook c7.
Rook Tan is still thinking.
Yeah.
But cd5 is on the board.
cd5 on the board. Okay. But rook c7. Okay, I
Rook
mean
E7 has to be
maybe you're
played.
holding. It's nice that you won the A pawn. Of course, like white doesn't have like a.
Yeah, rook c7 is there, but you could also take on d4, right?
Yeah. Well, hopefully, you also got to worry about rook takes E6 is like a big threat on the board. But yeah, maybe Bella can just take this one and survive.
Rook e6 and then queen b6, forcing this
Yeah,
right. Because if you
yeah.
take on d5, then queen b1 check.
Yeah, I mean rook E6. I mean, I guess the threat is that, right?
And yeah, she took on
took
d4.
the pawn, yeah.
Yeah, I think she saw this queen b6. Rook has to take on e6.
Okay, so they're going into this long line.
And queen b6.
And queen b6 is really important, isn't it? Because rook takes g6 is a big threat.
Ooh.
Oh, but we forgot about
Oh, there's
this.
a check.
Oops.
There's a check.
Yeah. Oopsie daisy. Let's see. But all she needs to do is to hold the g6 pawn. Like there's no huge threat.
But there is no threat at the moment at all.
You don't think so? This is a threat. Pawn takes and queen e7 looks kind of threatening.
Oh, that's true.
There is a nasty little tactic here, but
So you just have to take care
yeah,
of that.
I mean, you got to take care of that. Maybe even queen g4. I mean, it's not like white's threats are immense, but you do have to be careful because queen e5 is an option, right? Like, how can I? How
move
about
the rook.
h5?
No, just move the rook.
rook
Rook
f8.
h8.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
this should be
that.
safe.
Yeah. Oops. No, not
Not
safe.
again,
Not
not
safe.
safe. What is
Oh,
wrong?
okay. Why is this one not safe? White is still better here. Why is white better in this one? Huh. Because we defended against rook g6 like 100%. Like you're definitely,
No, that's
you
not the
can't
move.
sack anymore. So there's a different problem.
Oh, she's done it. She
What did
played
she
this
do?
rook h8. Rook h8.
Oh wow, she played rook hf8. She played our move.
So
which-
let's race with Tanzongi, whoever gets the
oh,
right
the winning
first.
move. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Because she has 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, okay. She has 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes to find the win. All right. Let's figure this out. So rook e8. Dun, dun, dun. No, I don't think it's rook e8. Now Tan is about to
You
play
can
a
move
move.
back to e1, no?
She played rook e5, which that might just be right. I think that
so.
is right.
I think you just have to take on this
Yeah,
d5.
I think she's
yeah?
right. I mean, she's going to take on d5, and she's going to be much better.
So what could be?
Yeah, what should she have done? Oh, this is so fascinating. So rook e5 is the threat.
What could be the move?
It's funny how it's far from obvious, isn't it? So like I was thinking at h5, but like h5 is just kind of similar, right? Maybe h5, h4? Hey, maybe that's more active. Maybe
Maybe.
h5. That was actually my first thought. Like when we were talking about this position, I didn't really like rook f8 so much because this was passive, but this move I liked. Now I know why I like it. Because it stopped. Well, it stopped that. That was the main idea.
And also if
and I want to go
rook
h4.
e5, there's
Yeah,
h4.
yeah. I want counterplay. You know, something like that, right? Okay, so maybe she should have gone for that. Rook f8 was just a little too passive. Oops. Let's refresh the board. Okay, rook e5 and then queen b6 was played, and yeah, the computer bar is not loving this. I guess. Well. Okay, but there's no queen d5 because of that. So there's something really bad about this position, huh? Wow.
And rook c6.
Oh, that's what it is. Oh, that's bad because queen f6 is going to come, and I have a very bad feeling. Do you see that white's queen got pushed out of the center and got pushed out?
Yeah.
Oh, bad news for the black king.
And she had to play queen b1 check. King g2 is on the board. And now she
Yeah.
has to figure out what to do against this threat.
The problem is that she's kind of. I think that the issues to the black king are just ongoing. You know, that the king kind of got to g7, but the danger is not over. And there's going to be positions where white gives a check, comes in with the rook. And yeah, it's going to be hard to move any pieces. But we can try. We can try for Bella. Bella's got. I mean, I would say in 5 more moves, don't you feel like things can still kind of. There's still a chance.
There's always a
Yeah.
chance. Yes, and anything can still happen. 5 more moves to make
Yeah.
until the time control.
Well, we got people telling us that Gukesh is winning, and I wonder how unhappy they're going to be with us if we don't go to his game. So should we take a look
Yes.
at Wang Hao versus Gukesh? Okay. 3 more moves before the time control. Gukesh's pawn has gotten quite far. And how are we winning this? I guess rook check. Isn't this bishop going to hang?
Yeah, I think so. Like just rook check. Rook c1 is already on the board.
Yeah.
I think Wang Hao will be resigning very soon.
Yeah, he just lost the bishop.
Take everything.
He just lost the bishop.
Yeah. Rook c1, king h2, knight takes f2 is on the board.
Yeah. That wasn't good. Wow. So Gukesh winning out of also not so much. Look, I'm not too sad. I'm not too sad because I feel like Wang Hao got a decent amount of luck yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And all those misses in the pawn endgame. Mm-hmm. I mean, I feel like,
it should backfire to him.
Yeah,
like the karma should backfire.
Yeah, something like that. I feel all right. So we got SG Alpine Warriors getting a win in this game. All right, we're actually still doing pretty well. Let's see. Let's go back to Tan.
Yep. Until they make the time control. H4.
Okay, so H4.
Rook b8.
Is already on the board.
Mm-hmm.
So Bella is trying to activate her poor rooks. Yeah, it's amazing like how White's pieces just occupy the whole middle of the board, isn't it? Oh, H5. Just going to attack on using the fact that the pawn cannot move because of that pressure.
Right. Very resourceful.
Mm-hmm.
You already established something in the center, but there's also another chance to create some other weakness on the other side of the board, and Tanzongi is using it.
Yeah, I mean, she's definitely going queen f6 next.
Right. I think Bella is already seeing her nightmare soon. Yeah, this position is completely lost.
Yeah. Tough. Rook f8.
Yes.
Rook f8,
It was
just a little too passive. But you know what? She could have just taken on g2 and taken on d7.
That could have been an easier
You could just
defense.
eliminate the pawn.
Right.
Why even bother with all of this,
Maybe she forgot. She totally forgot
that there was a possibility to trade the bishops, right?
Yeah, and also to actually think a little bit backward instead of forward, and then focus on what's necessary. And I think she's going to resign.
Something has just
something just happened. Yeah,
there was a sacrifice, I think, on f8 and a new queen being made. So I think Bella just blundered queen f8, or maybe she saw it, but she allowed White to make a new queen.
And maybe mating it because queen f6 coming soon.
Oh yeah, it's just a mate. It's not.
Oh, bro, it's a mate already. Like rook g6 and a queen g8 and. Oof, what a tough match for Bella Kotanashvili.
Yeah.
But Tanzongi showed a very good game. Well, she missed 1 point, but she was still forgiven. Yeah. Because then the coming up moves, she played a very energetic chess and winning in such a cool fashion. So, well done to Tanzongi. I hope tomorrow Bella could come back from this loss.
Yeah, well. In her match with Humpy, she started with a win. Now she started with a loss. What can I say? I mean, Tan Zhongyi played a good game overall. She gave her opponent some chance there, but Bella didn't take it. And now we're going to take a break, guys. And come back. Everyone has made time control.
Yep. Almost, nobody's in the time trouble anymore. So, I think we can come back into the later part of the game. I think it will be like the last hour of today's game. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
I'm joined by Fabiano Caruana for a very, very quick and fast flash interview. Fabiano, tell us about this opening idea. I mean, we were in the press room quite astounded by your idea of sacrificing a pawn and your weak king's position, but it seemed to check out.
I think this has been played before in a game between two 2200s, and White didn't play b4. White played rook a1, which loses. So yeah, I had this idea already like 5 years ago. Wow. Because I prepared this line for the match against Magnus in 2018, and I wasn't sure if it would really work out. He seemed to know most of the line. He started to think when he played rook fd8 was probably not a good move, but I couldn't figure out why. Position is incredibly complicated. I thought king h8 instead was correct. And I guess I have some advantage after rook fd8, but I really couldn't see exactly how I play for an advantage here. I thought bishop d2 I might get a better endgame, but it turns out that the endgame is probably just about equal, and probably bishop g5 was more correct, but I was calculating stuff with bishop g5, queen a5, I couldn't quite figure it out, and yeah, it is a mess of a position, but definitely I missed a bit at that moment.
So, and to finalize the interview, you said you checked this 5 years ago, but did you update it recently, maybe this morning, maybe yesterday, or did you remember your analysis for so far back?
No, of course I checked it more recently, but yeah, this line was pretty heavily analyzed in 2018.
Thanks, Fabiano. Cheers.
Hey guys, we're back with our coverage of the 5th round of the FIDE World Cup and the FIDE Women's World Cup. The big results of the day have been Magnus Carlsen's defeat of Vasily Ivanchuk and Linier Dominguez's defeat of Alexei Sorana. And both games were really nice. We've also had Gukesh beat Wang Hao, and the rest of the games have finished in draws so far. We've got a couple of games going in the open section. So here on the board, we've got Nijat Abbasov from Azerbaijan versus Salim Saleh from the UAE. And we haven't talked about this game yet today. Pawns are even. Certainly looks very sharp. It also looks like it might end in some kind of perpetual, because obviously the C pawn is going to try to run, and I'm not sure if white's going to be fast enough with their sort of conjuring up of the queen and knight attack in order to actually play for a win. So let's see what have been the last couple of moves. There was a capture here. Okay, so black's king is in check, and he played king f8. Well, the only chance for white to win is, I think, to get this knight into the game and try to make some big threats. Otherwise, black will be going queen d2 next.
Yep, and it will be quite a threat there. If you take, let's play some concrete line here. Let's say knight takes h3.
Although you think maybe this one would be a little more direct. I don't know. It feels like we're getting a little closer to the king, and we can try to take the pawn with the king, right?
That's true.
So let's see. Okay, let's say you go queen d2.
I think I'll go
take
queen e1 instead of queen d2.
But let's just illustrate the line, right? Because we just want to see like how you're winning with the queen and knight versus the pawn. That's the big question. And I think we will win. All right, we'll probably start with that check. I mean, there's other ways to attack as well.
No, you can also play queen f6, c2, and a knight
Yeah,
e5.
exactly. I was basically going to do something like that, but actually you could just maybe even start with queen f6. I was going to give a check to kind of like, if you go there, you know, to give another check and then get in the knight, like something like that.
Yep, this
And
also
you have no checks, and I mean, it is looking very dangerous, and that's just one thing I can do, right? There's also, there's actually a cool mating pattern. Like if I go there, and I'm kind of threatening knight f6 checkmate.
So you have to move the bishop.
You have to move the bishop somewhere like that. Let's move it to a protected square. Well, there's no checkmate yet, right? I mean, maybe I haven't done this in like the most precise way. Like it's dangerous, but
Oh, there's bishop f1. Careful.
yeah, but can also be.
Oh, bishop f1 means actually nothing.
Maybe we
Because the
just
king can
go
just
here.
escape.
Maybe we just kind of run up somewhere. I need to attack you, I think, in a slightly better way. So let's just see. You go c3. And you said queen f6, right? Yeah, queen f6 is a good try. And c2, you're definitely going to mate me, right? See, if I go c2, this is definitely mate. Okay, so I can't go c2. I have to figure out,
You have
like,
to move the king.
yeah, probably
maybe.
moving the king.
But if you move the king, then I have this knight e5.
Knight e5, and then bishop c4. And how do we get, like, your...
Just knight c6. Oh, knight c6, king d7. What about the other way? Knight g6, king also king d7.
Yeah, it's amazing how it's like you're still continuing to fight on, right? Knight g6. And then you always... Okay, knight g6 we can try, though. Because even if you run from me...
Queen e3. There's also
Queen e3, I have, like... So basically I'm trying to do... like queen f8, king d7.
Knight e5.
Knight e5, and hope And I think my hopes are gonna.
Some discovery.
Yeah, my hopes will be realized, because actually you don't really have that. Because I managed to spot the checkmate.
Queen f7, Queen d7. Mhm.
Yeah, so that's one thing you can't escape that way. You have to go the other way. But then I was planning to mate you. Like I was kind of planning that your king would eventually run out of squares. And yeah, there does seem to be mate, and there's also the win of the queen, right?
Right.
But okay, the checkmate would go something like this. We come in closer, and then we get you over here. So let's go back a bit. King f8 is on the board. Where is it? King f8. We're somewhere here. No.
Yeah, they're still thinking.
Right.
But it was not.
Like this. Yeah, like this. Yeah, we went way further, right? So we're looking at knight g4.
So Queen e1 maybe after knight g4. Because you cannot take on h3. And then the threat is Queen e2. Oh, you can actually take on h3. But then Queen h1, and then your knight has to be moved back.
Your threat is this, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
But it's...
My threat is actually c3 now.
Yeah, so basically, but that's kind of similar to what we were looking at, right?
Maybe you can
we
still play
can
Queen
we can
f6,
go
yeah.
for.
Oh,
So you
still
don't
can-
like using the checks. I kind of like intuitively I like playing with checks.
Mhm.
You know, give a couple of checks here, and then go knight e5. So you go here, knight e5. Oh, okay. I think we can go knight e5. But then there's queen e2. That's the problem, right? If we go this way, then there's queen e2. And then you have a check on h5.
Right.
So how else can we do this? And basically we have to play with check, because the moment we don't, the moment we can move like that, you go queen e2. And then here you come from the back. And then I could find myself in this situation, right? So, queen e1 is certainly very, very reasonable. Yeah, going with this threat. So we try this, 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 and this. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
this
a
is
little tricky. I mean, I can give a check from somewhere else. I could, and also, maybe I could have even won. Can I have a 1 year? No, there's no point at which I could have won this pawn, right? Okay, so maybe I give a couple of checks. You go king here, I go king here, queen here, king here.
And now maybe you can play this knight e5 because h1 is covered.
Yes.
Or you can just actually take on h3. Can you? Or queen f1.
Yeah, if I go there, and then you take.
No.
Sorry, then you give a check. The problem is that that's the check I'm going for. Yeah, still tricky. Okay.
Not so easy.
So, well, I mean, obviously, what we can say about this position is that Abbasov is playing for a win. There's literally like 0 chances for him to lose, right? Unless he makes a big blunder. But it's still not so easy because there's his own king is a bit open as well. All right, but this game is sharp. How about Niels Grandelius against Arjun Erigaisi? So they've been in an end game for a really long time. I don't think that Niels has gotten himself anywhere. He's a bit worse. right? Because this pawn is kind of weak. The black king is more active than the white king. I mean, black already has a passed pawn on the board. So it's actually very unpleasant. Like, I mean, I would certainly be unhappy, like, getting that kind of opening. Like, if you're gonna go straight to the end game, after the opening with white, then you expect to be pushing. You're expecting, like, at least to get that kind of edge against black. So when you get that end game, and then you're actually on the worst side of it, like, it doesn't feel very inspiring, does it?
I think something just went wrong because straight out of the opening, I think white was just doing fine. I didn't know how it came about like this, so maybe we can quickly take a look that it was after bishop goes to b5 that we saw this game, and king f8 and rook d1, king e7. I think we already talked about this. b3, everything looks fine, right? Bishop here.
Well, black is making progress. Like, he basically got everything he wanted, everything. He got the king to e7, the bishop out to b7. Now he's pushing back the knight. So, I mean, a white opening strategy, whatever it was, like, completely didn't work out. Wow. And then he winds up giving up the f pawn for the h pawn.
Yeah, not the plan that I would choose for myself.
Yeah, I think nothing just
Now
worked
it's,
out for white in this game, and that's how he got himself into this, like, slightly less pleasant position. I mean, you can see that black's king is more active than white's king. Okay, he managed to maneuver himself around. And you see, like, white couldn't even accept the rook end game, right? I mean, if you take on f5,
Just
like, this looks like it could have been very unpleasant, right? So he goes knight g2, king back, rook d8. No, I mean, Arjun is trying to do something here. Not saying it's easy. After c3, can we go e5? I guess that's the question, right? Is it time for this move?
Rook c6 here is the critical moment, and probably knight d6 or something. Knight d6 or rook d6.
You know, they both actually look quite possible to me. Like, I wouldn't be... I mean, given white's passive king, I don't really have a lot of confidence. I mean, this king is just coming in, right? I have no idea what, like, this knight can go to c4. Yeah. Seems unpleasant.
It is unpleasant, yeah.
Yeah, so even e5 just... Okay, but he played rook d7. Okay. So he's not ready for e5, yeah? He is saying to white, you don't have much of a move, because if you move your rook, I'll just take your pawn. By the way, we should just mention why he didn't take the pawn. It's because for the moment there's, like, a discovery, and white would still be, like, in drawing territory. I mean, still, you know, white's maybe the one trying to make a draw, but I guess it's still doable. So he goes rook d7. And the rook cannot move because of knight h4. This is definitely still possible.
The king can also not move, because if you play king c2, there's knight e3, but if you play king b2, I think that's a bit awkward, I guess.
Oh, yeah. If you go there, like, there's rook d2, and maybe even rook h4. Right? You can look at it. Well, we know white has some counterplay here.
But knight g7, I think, will do.
Yeah, you can hold it and then, like, just try to win that pawn.
Or what if you play, instead of knight g7, king e5, knight e6, and then knight e7?
Ah, what a trick.
That pawn is hanging.
Yeah, maybe I'll take the other one. Maybe I'll take the other one. But Irene's trick was the following, that if I take this one, then actually... well, I mean,
No,
it doesn't quite work, but yeah, but there definitely was a trick involved.
No, knight e7, not
Oh,
king
sorry.
d5.
Knight e7 was your idea.
But The computer still is okay with it?
No,
Or-
I think the engine bar has stopped working a
Ah.
long time ago. It's just gonna stay like that. Yeah, it's gotten tired for the day, guys. It's went on its evening stroll. Okay. Yeah, no, I think black is winning in this particular position, right?
Mhm.
Okay, but basically the point is, I think Aragaisi is actually going to be torturing Niels here for a while.
Yep.
And he has some decent chances. Now let's see what their time situation is. Well, he also has twice the time, so he has some good chances to make something of this end game today. By the way, we got a couple of moves in Abbasov versus Salim. Check, and nothing too interesting, I would say.
Why didn't he move back to G7?
Yep. That's a good question.
Is he trying to play for a win?
Oh, I doubt it. Oh, you think he's trying to avoid the checks? Maybe.
I think both are, of course, playable, G7 and G8. But
Yeah.
just wondering.
You wonder now about knight G4, right? Like, when is this going to finally come out? You can't go this way because there's a check. So why can't you go this way and try to finally get to the H6? That would be my question.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean,
and the checks down there doesn't mean anything?
yeah, because we can always take, right?
Or maybe, okay, Queen C2 takes H3 and Queen F5.
Yeah, but so you're pinning me.
I wanna go Queen H5.
Oh, or that one, yeah.
Mm. And also this C4 pawn is quite strong.
So right now I'm up a pawn. I'm up a pawn, and that's why I'm just thinking, like, but taking here, I don't really have the luxury for that, right? Yeah. I see your point. Mm-hmm. Quite tricky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just kind of like pin and, maybe even get some chances.
Also, there's one tricky idea. If you play Queen E5,
Mm-hmm.
I'll just play Bishop E6.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have no time to stop my pawn.
That's a really good one because you're in a pin, and basically this pawn is going to win the game by the time you get unpinned. The black pawn runs and becomes a queen. So Queen C2 and Queen F5 is actually a very tricky idea by black. And I have to admit I like that a lot, Irene, because even on Queen H6, I just realized you can just go
Maybe
there.
Bishop E6, yeah, it works.
Yeah, because the C pawn is our big hope.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just going to give up all these pawns to white. They're not that advanced. Wow. So King G8, maybe you're right. Maybe he's actually trying to keep this game in play and staying out of the perpetuals.
Right.
I mean, I kind of wonder, right? Because we weren't really expecting Queen D6. Like, we were expecting
Some
Knight
knight
G4, and the
jumps,
queen
yeah.
was still holding that
Mhm.
square. So I don't know, that maybe Queen D6, it's a bit strange because now it's harder to get this knight into action. And of course we shouldn't forget that this is also like hanging for the moment, right? So white has maybe white should give a check here, but yeah, maybe white should still give a check here.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. Then after King H7,
Then Queen F4 maybe?
yeah, Queen F4 or Queen C7, right?
So this position is interesting because it's really double-edged.
Mhm.
Both players could actually play for a win. And white has something on the position, black also has something on the position. But now the question is, who is more brave enough to fight for a win? Because both of them could also, repeat some moves and agree for a draw.
Well, I think it's the most likely result. And the reason is I'm not sure that, for example, Salim, despite King G8, that he has a lot of choice, right? Like after Queen B8, it looks like white's just going to get like a repetition or perpetual if he wants, right? Like it's not like this queen can come out to help the bishop. So all these squares you get checked on. So for sure, like black doesn't have a whole lot of choice. And the question is still, it's up to white, whether white can play for a win here. But I think that, you said like a really important resource that when this knight tries to come out, I mean, the only way white's playing for a win is using that knight, right? And when the knight comes out, that check and that pin is a really big idea. And then actually black can play for a win. Then he has some options.
Yep.
So my guess is that this game is actually going to end in a draw because white's going to realize this and just go for some kind of, attacks with the queen. That's my guess. What do you want to take the other side of that bet?
Well, I don't know. This game is still very interesting, but okay, I'll take just another guess. Maybe
Your guess is just that something else will happen.
Something else.
Than what I'm
will
saying,
happen.
right? Like
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
saying
yeah.
this game is going to end soon because it's like with like some sort of like perpetual check. That's what I'm saying. Okay, great.
I think one of them will overpush this and get it backfired. That's my guess.
All right. Well, let's take a look at Nurgul Salimova and Polina Shuvalova.
This could be an upset.
Well, yeah, Nurgul has an extra pawn. We haven't seen this game in a long time. Well, since we don't have a lot of games left, I think we can actually go back and see what happened here. How did Salimova win a pawn? Okay, so she made a trade. Probably she's going to go knight c5. Okay, knight e5. Okay, she's using those outposts. Nice play, I have to say. It looks like she's actually going to win a pawn. Wow.
And
She completely outplayed her. Well, actually, she didn't outplay her opponent, but because she's not up a pawn here, but she got a pawn back and she's kind of got that good structure. Right? It still actually doesn't really, it doesn't seem easy to win this position at all. So I'm actually curious to see what happened. How did she start making problems for Shuvalova? Yeah, I mean, Shuvalova played rather tentatively with this rook back and forth. Wow. So black just has like no active plan, yeah? His bishop doesn't have much to do. But I mean, now I have to say I don't understand too much of what Shuvalova was doing because she wound up with a king on the back rank, like separated from that pawn. And it looks like she's just going to lose that pawn, right? That's what happens. Like, she tries to hurry back.
And she just give it up. Because I think, there's knight e6. Yeah?
Knight e6 and she can't hold it. Yeah. Oh, man, that would be so sad for her. Losing this game like that. Kind of position that she should have been able to hold yet, but it's unpleasant. And her bishop hasn't been able to move in ages. Now white just has an extra pawn. Of course, there's still work involved for white, right? But given like how bad that bishop is, I think, it's good chances for white to win.
Yep, I agree. And maybe c6 will be fallen soon too.
Did her knight finally move somewhere?
I think it went to e6 and f4.
Okay, so we saw rook d1, knight e6, good maneuver. Knight f4. Oh man, this knight is so powerful there, and this pawn is just going to run.
Yeah.
She might even lose the c6 pawn.
And then soon after the d5, after c6.
Yeah, well, okay, you know what it is? Like, she's trying to get her bishop here, which is actually interesting. And she played her king I think, to f7. Yeah. Okay, now it's a big choice for Nurgul because she could take, but she needs to evaluate like how much of a problem is it if the bishop comes. It might not be a problem, all right? It might be just the king goes there and the king tries to come up. And then we even make some mating net. But then she has to worry about this pawn, right? So it really is a very big question. Do you take the bishop and then just continue in the rook end game? getting the king pretty active, which you will get a chance to do. Or probably not to take the bishop. And maybe just make a move like king g3. That would be probably my choice. Intuitively, I know the bishop's not bad, but I feel like we can probably create enough problems in the dark squares. But the bishop is good. There's still some chances with a bishop like that.
Yeah, but why don't you just put the rook on the 6th rank, I guess. So
Like
instead of
right here?
I think you have to give
Yeah.
a check and then rook c1.
Mm-hmm.
And then now you can move
Well,
your
one
king.
second. Where you want to go here?
Mhm.
Well, now I can go for this pawn, right? Or at least I can think about it. I can even play here and go for the pawn.
But how good is the pawn? So let's say
Yeah.
rook f1 and I take on c6, rook f3, and then I'll move my king to g5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's quite possible that it wasn't particularly good. The knight just covers everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're going rook rook c7.
Right. But obviously,
Looks convincing.
yeah, but obviously white has other options too.
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
equally good.
I mean, it's convincing, but there's always like rook here. You try to get your d pawn. The fewer pawns there are on the board, the easier it is to like blunder into a draw, right? Like, I mean, it's not like you have a checkmate, right? So, no, but yeah,
But you
it
can
is
have
pretty.
it,
It is pretty dominating. It is
Yeah.
pretty dominating.
You can play knight e6 or king e5.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, overall,
Yeah.
we should be able to win this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So,
Actually, I like one idea. It's a very
Mhm.
cute one too. Like here, you can just play g5. Hang on. Here, you can play g5. Because rook d4,
and then knight e6.
knight
and then
e6, and rook
checkmate.
e7.
Yeah. You can just kind of keep going with your pawn. Good point, because knight e6 and then checkmate is unstoppable. So I think she's thinking here, but I think that, we're probably gotten close to the truth that, okay, I was going to say don't take the bishop.
She took
The truth of don't take the bishop, but yeah, she did take the bishop. Yes. She did take the bishop. And knight takes, rook takes.
I
Okay.
mean, still okay.
Yeah.
Still a pawn up.
Mm-hmm.
But I would prefer to have my knight on the board. It's easier to play.
Yeah, we do know that rook endgames tend to have big drawing qualities, but she thinks that, yeah, it's going to be simple enough just bringing up her king to g5. And there's still enough pawns on the board. And this would be, I would say, quite an upset, actually, this game. But also very kind of, I don't know, I would say it's a nice game by Salimova for sure. But Shuvalova, what is interesting for me is like, is this position like really, really so bad that we need to lose like in this way? You know what I mean? I mean, you have one weakness, just one. Like, why did we have to lose this like with a g5 pawn?
I think that's the point. I think you shouldn't really push your pawns too much like that. Probably like just like g6, king g7, and just wait. Because how
Yeah.
else can you enter?
Yeah,
in
White
the
wasn't
position?
White wasn't actually making progress. She doesn't have any file to enter on,
Right.
and she can't even move her knight really, right? So I mean, there's a lot of plans, right? You can like as you said, g6,
king g7,
king g7, or king here, like bring it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like so, g5 is already a question, but I don't even think that's probably like the problem, right? I mean, rook a2 is very strange.
It doesn't look at anything there. right?
Yeah, well, she went there, and then she wound up going back. Like, that's just weird. Okay, that's just like a tempo. Like, why isn't she, like, trying to do something for the king? So then, okay, White plays, like, an obvious plan.
Mm-hmm.
And, okay. So, yeah. White's making some progress, I guess. And she... I don't even know exactly what's the threat, but the threat is probably just put the rook here and, start bothering, right?
Right.
Maybe. And also I would even say, well, she has to kind of even think about like all kinds of attacks from that side, right? So it's getting a little annoying because basically now white has an open file. They didn't have one before. Now it starts to feel annoying.
Yeah, but what if you just play rook a8 and stopping it?
Well, then you have to,
Or f4. Maybe f4 was the idea, but you can just take it, no?
Let me see. Right, so you're stopping the infiltration. I don't have any of these squares, right? And basically on knight d7, you always go f6. It seems reasonable. Like, sure, there is probably some sort of f4 attempt.
Okay, I don't need to do anything.
Yeah, but you can take.
Or I play rook e8. Let it in. Take is easier. Take it.
I think take is fine. You either have rook a3, or if I take, it's not really clear where I'm going, right? So you're holding on f6 maybe.
No, just play bishop somewhere, like bishop c4, bishop.
Yeah. So then she goes bishop e2. Okay.
Okay, still fine.
She goes f6. Okay. All right. So they maneuver for a while.
And I think when
and king g8.
This king g8 is very weird. Yeah.
It's
maybe she's worried of knight e6.
Was she trying to go for that?
I don't think so. You should keep the rook.
Because there is also rook a1 even. Right. So king g8 is just another strange move. But what was she afraid of?
Knight e6. And then you have to go down. Or if there, then there is knight f8.
Yeah, knight f8.
And then rook h7.
Wins the rook, yeah. Knight here. So and then you have rook h7 coming down. So that's why she played there.
Yeah, but also after knight e6, king g8, then what's next? Oh, rook f. Rook
yeah,
h6
what about
maybe.
rook a8? What about your idea? Why don't we just keep doing that?
Yeah, in principle, I don't really like this pawn move like f6. If it's not necessary, why are we moving it? Because you cannot move it back. Maybe just play something else that's that looks normal. Yeah, rook a8, even if in this position, is still fine too.
No, we can try.
But now you have king f7.
I have king f7.
Although there's knight c7, but I don't think it is that much. You can play rook b8, stopping it there. Or even if you're creating a pass pawn, I think it's fine too.
Yeah, we're kind of holding on, right?
Yeah.
We're holding on, but yeah, it's rook b8 is probably not a bad idea. I'm wondering if we can play everything except rook a7. Yeah, you don't want to be skewered on h7, guys. Rook b8 is decent. Of course, we're gonna try as white, right? You don't like at this point, you definitely don't give up. I feel, right? Look, now I got this. If you go up, your king is a bit trapped, right? Actually, it's unpleasant. It's actually really not fun, this position.
True.
And I have all these ideas, and, you're always kind of worried. I know it's not checkmate, but, it looks scary. So something has kind of gone wrong. Yeah.
Let me try to checkmate you then. Let me play bishop f1.
Okay. Going here.
I want to go rook h8.
Rook h8.
Look at that.
Look at that. Checkmate on h3. Very unusual. Yeah. Well, I can stop your plans with knight e6, and we'll have a race.
I know.
We'll have a race, and who's going to checkmate who first. I also have knight e8. A funny little move. I'm blocking you off. Well, it's annoying to be black, that's for sure. But it doesn't mean black had to lose this endgame. King g8, so she allowed f4, and then, but f4 is like an obvious move, right? So what then happened? Rook a3, king f2. Oh,
no, you can just take it.
She might have blundered. Yeah, she might have blundered that she doesn't have that. But now it means okay, the king is bad, and there's just a new target. right? So now it's just about winning the G pawn. Wow. And she didn't even bother to hold it because you actually... Well, why didn't she bother like this?
Check on d7 and check on e5 and then check on h6, taking on c6.
Yeah.
Actually, you can just take on c6 now.
Yeah, it's not the
anyway,
best.
because rook h6 also rook h6 rook g6.
Yeah, rook g6. I probably
I think
would
that's
win
better.
that pawn.
Yeah, just win that
I
pawn
think
like that.
I'm less interested in c6 than
Yeah.
I am in g5. Wow. So she gave up the pawn, and she's going to give up a big point with this position because this rook endgame. Let's see where they are. After the check, she moved this way. So now white's going to have to think about, can I get in with my king to win those pawns?
Yeah, I think you should. I think king f4 is on the table. Oh no, it's not. It's not being played yet. But I
Yeah.
think you're just playing king f4, king e5. Like, what's stopping you? Rook f1, king e5, and just protect.
By
It's
the
gonna
way,
be pretty easy.
yeah,
Mm.
I think we would even be winning this position. Let's show off our rook endgame knowledge.
And rook e4.
Yeah, we're still winning. You're cut
Yeah,
by
it's
a
cut
lot.
off. And
And-
what's funny is in this position, the king is blocking the rook because otherwise there is rook g8, and that probably still save the game. But nah, it's too much now.
Yeah, well, basically, white has a lot of room here to win
Mm.
this endgame. I mean, like even this one extra pawn is completely winning because this king is cut off by 2 files, and yeah, it's too much, and the rook is in the wrong place too. So, yeah, we expect there to be a bit of an upset in this match, with Nurgul Salimova defeating one of the top Russian players, Polina Shuvalova. Who's had very, nice run here at the World Cup. But it's not going to be the end for Polina because tomorrow she will get the white pieces and she is definitely dangerous with her preparation. So let's take a look. Niels Grandelius, is he... things have
Wow.
gotten, quite bad for him, actually. Let's take a look.
This is a lot of suffering.
Yeah, we last saw this somewhere around here. And after rook d7, he actually did wind up taking the pawn. Knight takes e6 didn't happen. And this happened instead. But I guess the g pawn just proved to be too much. Also, it's not so easy to recapture. White tries to trade some pawns. And... okay, he's losing his knight. He has to give up the exchange. Wow. And he might even... Is he even getting his knight out of this situation? Yeah, he's getting it, but he's also getting it stuck on the side of the board very far from all the action.
So I think we can see very soon that Arjun will trap the knight, yeah? Because I don't see any way out. Like if the knight goes to g2, let's say, and then just rook to d... Oh, check, sorry. There's a rook d2. And if nothing else, then the rook will just go to g7, cutting it completely.
Yeah, wow. So he's actually just going to round up this knight.
Yeah,
Wow.
just rook g7, rook g4.
Wow.
That's it.
So basically the knight has to try to escape. So like...
There's no escape.
no escape for the knight. Well, I don't know. Let's try... Yeah, I'm not going much.
Then it's rook f7, yeah?
Yeah, you're not even like letting me go anywhere.
What's happening? I think some pawn moves, but then it's just rook g7, rook g4.
Yeah, king b3 on the board.
Yeah.
So you wanted to just go rook g7
Yeah,
and
rook
cut this
g7.
off. Yeah, it's
I
possible.
think it's happened. Yeah, rook g7, king c4, and rook g4, king b5.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's an easy win because the black
Yeah.
king is close.
Yeah. Wow, big win for
Wow.
Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, look at that. SG Alpine Warriors continue to do well.
Yeah, let's stay on here because I think
Yeah.
Niels will resign in a few moves.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, guys, these pawns are nowhere near far advanced enough for this to be okay for Niels.
King d5 is okay.
Yeah.
And I think he's played it. King d5 is on the board. Yeah, it's reasonable.
Yeah.
And they shook hands. So
Yeah.
it's the first victory for Arjun Adigaisi in the first game against Niels Cornelius. And Arjun has a big edge because tomorrow he'll be playing with white pieces.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, this game just didn't really work out for Niels from start to finish.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, if you're going to lose with white, you at least want to try to make it exciting and get some chances to win. And he didn't even get that, right? It was just an end game straight from the opening. And then when you lose this sort of equalish end game, I think it's just one of the worst ways to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be extremely unhappy if I played this kind of game as white.
Yeah, I feel sad
know.
for Niels.
I mean,
because-
it's okay to lose as white, but then it's like, but what doesn't feel okay to lose as white is like getting, you know, this position out of the opening and then losing this. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like, so, you know, where was the action before before this end game occurred, right? So yeah, definitely sad for Niels, and he's going to have to try to do better with the black pieces.
Right.
Well, all right. We got Abbasov playing against Salim, and I feel like you've won our bet,
I think
right?
so, see? Because this position is very, very double-edged. Like, also as a player, you're not sure whether should I play for a win or should I just, you know, play for a draw, because evaluation-wise, it's so hard. It's so hard to evaluate this. Maybe the players also are not sure whether they're actually winning or they're losing, or actually it's just a draw, which the computer shows that this is just a draw, which hard to believe, right?
Yeah. So white decided, right, white didn't go for the perpetual checks. White decided, I have time to take this pawn. But on the other hand, that also gives time for black to get the C pawn going. And wow, it could be a fight between the A pawn and the C pawn. So Salim took on E3, and that is our current position. And yeah, this one still has a lot of potential. I suppose Queen F6 would have been...
Yep, Queen F6 is on the board. But
Yeah.
if white wants to make a draw, it's just Queen C8, Queen G4, Queen F5, these 3 sequences. But nope, he kept the hope alive.
All right, so he goes Queen F6, and he's going to push the A pawn. So I guess we could get something crazy with C3, A6, C2, A7, C8, and white queens and win. So that's kind of the hope. So that's what white is hoping for. He wants to go with the A pawn. Okay.
This is unbelievably sharp.
So actually, black is the one who now needs to kind of come up with something smart here, right? Because this direct thing with C3 and just like letting the white pawn push, I'm not really seeing how this is going to work out for black. I mean, unless I need to do something crazy now, like going back with my queen.
Oh, I think you can play Bishop D5. Bishop
Going
D5,
bishop D5.
if Queen D8, then you just move to the 7th rank. And if you take on D5, then Queen F2.
So using the bishop to stop the pawn. Okay, that kind of looks very plausible, right? Because here, you're left your knight hanging, right? So this kind of works out. We might still see a perpetual here.
Well, meanwhile, C3 A6 is on the board. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. It's the most
Wow.
exciting way for there
This
to be a
is-
draw, to have this kind of pawn race.
Oh, this is exciting. I think everyone who's watching this is also...
Salim doesn't have
Feeling
that much
entertained.
time. Yeah. But Salim has been involved in some very long and exciting games here. So, and he definitely has some experience of playing with not a lot of time.
Yeah, he's also obviously the first United Arab Emirates player who got into round number 5. And he's never done this before. So
Oh, wow.
it's already a very amazing feat by Salem Saleh.
Yeah. And the winner of this match, I mean, is going. Do we know yet who is going to know? We don't know yet.
Yeah,
Maybe I shouldn't look ahead. Yeah. Let's focus on just what we have here, but maybe we can look it up. All right. So what else can Salim do other than push his pawn to c2.
Oh, the winner of this match, by the way, to continue your sentence, is going to play the winner of the match between Nepomniachtchi versus FIDE.
Ah, Nepo versus Vidit. Okay. Well, that game finished in a draw today, so we don't really know. I mean, we have to give like Nepo the advantage, but with so many upsets that we've been seeing in this World Cup, it's not like it would be a surprise if Vidit created that upset.
All right.
So, all right, he's going down under 3 minutes.
He has to play c2 and find this bishop d5 idea, I guess. Or
Is that the only? Is that the only
is
way?
there anything else to stop a7 to a8?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that everything in White's position is so well guarded, like with the queen kind of holding everything, right? So it's very hard. You can't actually use these squares to get in. So basically, your queen is helpless. You got to rely on the c pawn. You got to push the c pawn. They push. It looks really scary. Oh, you want to move the bishop somewhere? Well, you better hope bishop d5 works. But why would you do that? Be careful, Salim.
He's done that. Bishop d5 is on the board without c2.
Okay. Maybe that's not a big deal, though.
Yeah, maybe that's still holding the position.
Yeah, because, I mean, the queen still cannot win the bishop because of the knight hanging on f2. So maybe it's all just okay. So obviously, now White will play a7. And Black will play c2. And actually, what is White going to be doing here?
Actually, here's the tricky part, because instead of going a7, maybe you can play king takes h3. And if you play c2, there is queen g6, queen takes c2.
Ah, yeah. Okay, good point. So a7, if c2, then maybe I've just... I don't know if I've messed up. Maybe it depends on what's going to happen. It depends on what's going to happen on this diagonal, right?
Yeah.
Do I get any counterplay, or is it?
No, that's why I was saying not
take
a7,
the pawn.
take the pawn instead of a7.
Yep. So you want to just play, king h3. Right, so I can't push because of the check. So what can Black do here? Black, it's actually looking a little tricky for Black, right?
It's tricky for both of them, actually. It's there's still White has something going on with the king on g8, but also this pawn on c3 is very dangerous.
Yeah, and if I offer you a queen trade, like how bad is that? Like this kind of queen trade. I mean, I am down a pawn, but I have the bishop versus the knight. I mean, I guess you can stop my pawn, but like, what's the evaluation here? I'm like less sure about. Right, just because the black king is kind of coming out too. So I don't know. That could be an idea for Salim.
Yeah, but I don't think he will take the queen straight. So if king h3, queen f3.
No, you don't think that?
No, I don't think he will take it.
Abbasov is going to take it, but does he really have much of a choice? Because then my queen destabilizes. Like, I mean, I'm threatening like kind of a lot of things. I guess you can try to win a pawn first. Oh, you're going to win a pawn.
Yeah, give a check and take the pawn,
Yeah, you're going to win a pawn, and then maybe... Yeah,
He's push it to a7.
Okay.
Oh, nice. And bishop f3.
Okay, a7, bishop f3.
So it's like you have to give a ritual or something now, because
okay, nice.
otherwise it's a mate.
Well,
but,
is there anything else? Yeah, is there anything else that we can do? Well, there's king h3.
King h3 is nice. Yeah, king h3.
King h3.
Oh, did Salem miss it?
He just blundered.
Salem missed it.
Oh, no. He thought he was going to get something against this knight, but he can't take it.
Yeah, he cannot take after because then
oh,
a8
man,
promotion.
He completely blundered.
Oh.
Completely blundered. That's so sad.
I think he realized that.
Yeah,
he
you
just
can't take
that.
it because of the queen, and you just, oh man, and then you lose your queen.
I think it would have been better to push a2, no? I mean c2.
Yeah, no, bishop f3 is like really doesn't help him.
Yeah, just push it c2. Yeah, just c2. C2 is fine, totally fine.
So c2, and then if I go queen g6.
Yeah, just king h8. You can take
On c2.
c2 and then queen f3.
And then queen f3.
This is consolidated.
And this
the
is
position.
still okay,
Yeah, this is
yeah?
fine. Yeah,
because that's
you stop,
checkmate.
Yeah,
I
you
take.
stop everything with all these pawns, and you cannot really move further with your queen and knight because the white's king is also quite weak.
Wow, that is so sad. And
Uh,
he still had some time. He kind of
he
played
did,
bishop
he did.
f3. He played it so quickly, like it was that obvious.
No.
Oh, he just missed king h3 completely. But king h3 wasn't too hard. It's like one of White's ideas anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It's taking that. And it's like when you're threatening queen f2, what else can be done? So Abbasov, wow, he's going to get that win.
I
The
think
local hero.
yeah, I think so too.
That's amazing. I mean, he just kept the game going, right? He took that a6 pawn. That was a really good decision, as it turned out.
Mm-hmm.
Because even if it's not winning, it created the circumstances under which Salim could blunder.
Wow, what a heartbreaking bishop f3.
It is heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking because now you just lost a super important pawn. This pawn's like going nowhere. And you can't take the knight. So what can you even do? I mean, if you push, then I also grab your pawn, right? I just grab it.
Yes.
So you can't even push, and yeah, things are looking tough here. I mean, then he's maybe even gonna at some point, I don't know, what can we do on our next move?
Yeah, that pawn on h3 is a very important pawn, but White didn't really have time before to take it in the right time. But now Salim just, pretty much serve it on a silver plate to you. Like, look, just take one of my h3 pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, he totally missed it.
This is where chess becomes like heartbreaking, and we can just see it, like someone plays, for almost 5 hours, everything is like balanced, and then you just make one bad bishop move, and based on like a simple little trick.
Yeah, and then it's almost game over now. Like, I couldn't see any way out how to continue. Okay, you still have hope with this c3 pawn, but then
like almost nothing really moves, right? I mean, what can he do? Like move his bishop back somewhere? Move his bishop. He has to make a decision. He has like 10 seconds.
Because the whole idea of bishop d5 is because the f2 knight was hanging with a check. c2,
yeah.
desperado move.
Now queen g6 is going to happen.
Yeah, just queen g6, queen takes c2, 2 pawns up. Yep, and Abbasov didn't really take time to play it.
Yeah, well, he has to, right? Yeah, because otherwise the pawn would queen. So king h8. And then when he takes it, I mean, first of all, there's like no particularly dangerous checks, because on this one,
you can play g4.
You could play g4. And you could probably even play king h2.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So king h8, yes, and
Yeah.
I think he will just take a c2 pawn immediately.
Certainly sad. I'm always sad, for people who lose by just a little bit like this.
Yeah. I mean, we both, you and I. I mean, we've also experienced this type of blunders or mistakes like so many times too in our chess career. So we could totally feel for Salim.
Yeah. Okay, so his opponent has a lot of time to kind of figure this out. But after queen c2, queen e6, let's figure out what is the best move here.
King h2 looks nice. g4 also. I think king h3 is more decent because there's queen e3 after g4.
Yeah, so
he took
the
on
pawn.
c2. And I think, he took on d4.
Okay, and so let's go here. Took on d4. And by the way, Nurgul Salimova is going in for that kind of rook end game that's completely winning when she's going to have just one extra pawn, but it'll be enough to win. So our final 2 games that we're watching are actually both going to be decisive.
Yeah.
Lots of decisive games today.
I agree. It's always, every day has its own excitement.
So someone says 5 decisive games in the open and probably 2 of the 4 women's. Yeah, 2 of the 4 women's will certainly be decisive. So that's 50% of the women's games and more than 50% of the open section
Right.
games are going to be decisive. So yeah, who says chess is boring?
I think we have a very good chance that maybe all the matches will be decided tomorrow.
Really? You think that could actually happen? Not a single tiebreak?
No, there will be some tiebreak. If
Yeah,
one or
I
two.
doubt it. I doubt we're going to get a free day
Yeah.
completely. But I guess the tiebreak day
No, it's
becomes
decided.
easier if there's only a few matches, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then we can follow them very closely. Yep. So anyway, after queen d4, queen f5 is on the board. Yeah, I think it's going to be a very simple position for Abasov to win this.
Yeah, he can't even really get rid of this pawn right now because his bishop is under attack and you're threatening. Well, it kind of depends. He needs to save his bishop. He needs to move it somewhere, right?
Yes. And still the idea is
And he
still
needs
there.
to not blunder it.
Yeah, queen f2 still falls to queen a8. Queen.
Yeah, queen e3.
Queen e3.
Okay. Makes sense. I mean, the main point is that if I try to promote my pawn, that in the end, after you take it, like I lose that knight too. So basically that's what white just needs to figure out is what to do with this knight so that he can,
First of all, you can move it to d3.
yes. And
Knight
that might be very
d3,
nice.
and then
you
put
move it to f4, and it's
F4
going to be
or
beautiful.
e5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Either
Yeah,
square.
knight d3 is actually a great move, isn't it? I really like that. Improving the knight.
Mm-hmm. And the king is safe thanks to the
Yes.
queen on f5. Yep.
Mhm.
I think
Yeah, knight d3 is very good.
Abasov is feeling it.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
he
yeah.
knows that he's
He
much
knows.
better now.
He knows that black is running out of chances to stay alive. Yes, Polina, she's still at the board. Her opponent is thinking about which way to take her final pawn.
Knight d3 is on the board.
Okay, good move. You should be coaching these players, Irene. Knight d3. Okay, and yeah, this knight is heading towards even better squares.
Yep.
And then we can finally focus on promoting the a pawn. So
Even without
Mhm.
the pawn on a7, white has some little edge in this position, yeah?
mhm.
But of course, it's even more. It's way big now with the pawn on a7. Bishop e4. Now
Yeah.
give some checks somewhere.
Mhm. Maybe even e5. How about I like
E5,
to check
I like
on
E5.
e5 just
Knight
to pin.
F4.
But then yeah, don't do
remember.
that. Don't do that.
Oh,
yeah.
but you can do queen e5 and then promote, no?
If you do queen e5, king h7, yeah, he's actually going for that one.
Yeah, and then
he's
just
going for
promote.
the promotion, and
Yeah.
that's it. Yeah, he's going to be
King.
promoting.
Yep.
Not saving the knight. But what we were about to blunder was if the knight moves, there is actually
Which is still
it's
fine
still
too.
winning. We're
Actually,
still,
you
yeah,
can take and then they shook hands.
But that was it.
Abasov did it. So
Yeah.
good win for Abasov, but I feel so sad for Salem for missing the drawing chances because he might see. I told you he actually think that he could do something with that bishop f3. Like he might offer push it. He felt like if you're not taking the perpetual, I'm going to mate you, which is not happening during the game.
And we got our final game between Nurgul Salimova and Polina Shuvalova. Well, white's only up one pawn, but the king is cut. And in this position, well, Nurgul is thinking, I'm a little confused what she's thinking about.
I think you can do rook h1 too is fine, and after king f6, rook e1, or you can play rook e5
Yeah,
immediately.
but you might as well just do
Yeah.
that because you know you need the king cut. So it's not like there's any doubt about that. Like you cannot let that king approach here. So rook e5 is just kind of forced. And okay, let's see if she does it. She's reaching for something.
She has to reach the rook for sure.
Yeah, or for something, which is the rook.
Oh, rook e5. Yes.
Yeah. You don't really think about moves like that. And there are positions where you can, well, she's going to try. Yeah, no, it's too late to do this. Pawn is actually quite advanced. So she went king f6. And king is cut. I mean, there are sometimes examples where you can still like try to offer a rook trade, but this is not going to be one of them because the pawn and the king are too advanced.
Right.
you will not be able to make the crossing.
Yeah, and now if the rook is staying on the 4th rank, and then you can just play king c5 and pull the rook back probably to e1 and then start pushing the pawn. But if the rook goes anywhere else, I think you can still do king d6. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess in this position I'd probably start with king c5. King c5, and let's say, because I don't want to move my rook until I see where you move your rook. That's basically it. Like, so at the point at which you start trying to give me these checks from here, well, where would I go?
You have to play rook e4, I guess.
Rook e4,
But
then
then
you
king
go king
f5.
f5. Okay, she decided to move the rook back immediately. All right, let's
I think
stick
that's better
with
because,
how she's doing it.
because you might want to put king d6 instantly.
But now here, here.
And now I think you can play king c6.
Because you're, yeah, that's it. Yeah, actually, you're right. That's the best way to do it. Yeah. King c6, because a rook here, you have time for this. And then you push your pawn, you get the Lucina position. Yeah.
And what
That's
happened?
Yeah, rook g8's on the
Rook
board.
g8, yeah,
And
king
basically, I
c6.
think king c6 is the kind of the final move.
But I think Polina will keep playing on.
Yeah, she can keep playing on for a few more moves. The problem is, you know, you can't use the frontal defense when the pawn is too far advanced. And, you know, once it gets here, it's kind of over. So, yeah, that's actually the best way to do it. And the way I was saying, like king here, it could be, you know, kind of an inaccuracy.
Yep.
Okay. But
There might be a rook g8 there. Yeah, so she's done it. King c6.
Rook c8 and basically just king d7.
King d7. And then you actually have a tempo there, rook f1. And then pushing the king.
You can even push the king two files away.
2 files, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
This one is enough to win, but even safer with 2 files away.
And I think that it is... Polina hasn't given the check yet.
Nope.
Yeah.
She's still thinking.
Yeah, well, it's sad.
Also a heartbreaking game for Polina because she shouldn't lose this way.
Yeah, it's a very unpleasant way to lose.
I mean, it's always unpleasant to lose anyway,
Yes.
right? But the way how she lost it is just unbelievable.
Yeah, you feel like there was some assistance that she gave her opponent in that end game, right?
Right, yeah.
All right.
Maybe now it's the time for you to answer in the chat because I think we're nearing the end.
Yeah, our last moments of the day, guys. If you have any questions for us or comments that you want us to read, go ahead. It's your opportunity. We are going to take a look at the chat. So meanwhile, we can talk about the decisive game. So Carlsen Ivanchuk, great game by Magnus with the white pieces. I think Ivanchuk's going to have, not an easy time overcoming him tomorrow, especially after just like Carlsen. It felt like he was back in his good mode.
Yep.
Right? Like his match with Kmart, the classical games, it was so shaky.
Wake-up call. It was a wake-up call for Carlsen to not take the matches very easily. That he has to be serious with every match that he's facing. So it was a good game by Magnus. And second board, Pragnananda versus Berkas, it was quite I think, uneventful game.
Yeah, we basically never looked at it because it didn't look like anything was happening there. It was kind of an end game for most of the way. Caruana Duda featured a really interesting
opening prep,
but it seemed like Duda answered it quite well, and the game also went to an end game that was drawn. Looked like Vidit could make something out against Nepo. Actually think he could have.
Yeah, he was better.
He was better out of the opening, but somehow he messed it up and let Nepo have a quite easy draw. We just saw the game Abbasov versus Salim. We just saw Salim blunder in a sharp end game and give the game to Abbasov. So the only Azeri player is continuing his good run. Dominguez played a great game with the bishop pair against Alexei Sorana. And Arjun Erigaisi beat Niels Grandelius from a equalish end game. And Gukesh also beat Wang Hao from an end game.
Quite convincingly, I would say, because I think the reason why Gukesh took that end game is because he knew he has some edge there with the C passer, and he managed it very well, and that was actually the key point of his victory. And in the women's section, I think it was also quite a good prep by Anna Muzichuk versus Elizabeth Batts, although during the game it looked like Black could equalize the game very easily. And a very actually eventful draw between Harika versus Grechkina, because it was not very peaceful at all. But somehow the game ended with a draw. And a near miss by Bella Kotanashvili cost her the game against Tan Zongyi, because even though Tan Zongyi was pressing, at some point Bella had a chance to neutralize the attack, but she missed it, and Tan Zongyi managed to win the game. And now we are looking at the last game standing. It's between Salimova versus Shuvalova, and it's looking like White is going to just win this game and make another upset.
Yeah, so right now, actually, Black's rook is trying to give, I guess, checks from the side, but it's on the short side of the pawn, right? So that's not really, it's not really going to work either. I mean, let's say the idea is to give a check, you just go there, check, you go there, and putting the rook in front of the pawn never works. This kind of technique, I mean, well, she knows all of that, you know. People just kind of keep... You know, it's hard to resign. It's hard to resign when your opponent has only this one little pawn, and that's the only reason they're winning is that one pawn, and you have to admit that, and you know, extend your hand. So yeah, it's a tough, it's a tough blow for Shuvalova, because when you're playing well overall, like she's been playing, and then you face a game like this, it's kind of a big blow, I think, to your confidence, because you're like, how did this happen? I'm supposed to be having such a good tournament, but this game was really not her best, right? So it is not going to be easy for her to overcome, but we're going to have two must-win situations tomorrow for her and for Bella Hotanashvili, but both of them are going to be having the white pieces. So there is always that additional chance, obviously.
All right. Yes, we'll see. So, Rook C8, I think, is on the board. I think you can safely play King D7 here, and then Rook F1 later if you want to.
Yeah, we're going for the Lucina position, guys. It's a famous theoretical position that one of the most basic positions we learn when we start studying Rook endgames is like how to promote your one-pass pawn when their king is out of the way and your king is...
Okay, quick question. Do you think Salimova will go Rook F1? Oh, no, she didn't. She just pushed D6. It's enough. Oh, because there's King E5 too. Sorry. So this is actually a little bit different position.
By the way, Irene, our viewer Brian is asking you, do you know the next tournament you will play? After this really nice commentary, it'll be nice to watch her play too.
I think I have one tournament set in September. I will be playing the Asian Games in China. So actually most of the top Asian players, including the world champion and both actually women's world champion, Ding Liren and Zhu Wenjun, I think that they'll be participating, because this is going to be a big festivity for the sports in Asia.
So
not only chess.
I'm curious now, because as far as I knew, is the Russian Chess Federation now a part of the Asia? Are they playing in the Asian Games now?
I don't think so.
Oh, you don't think so? Okay.
I don't think they will play. So
interesting.
But I don't know for sure.
Okay, because
but I don't think they'll play.
All right. Well, that'll be interesting to see. And so you have the Asian Games. Is that like
everyone
a Swiss tournament? Is that a team tournament? How does that work?
It's a Swiss tournament for the rapid individual, and then a team tournament for standard. So there's rapid individual, and then every country will be representing with 2 players. And I think all the players will be there. The whole Indian team will be also playing.
Oh, wow.
And also all these prodigies from Uzbekistan, they'll be making a very tough team.
Oh, yeah. Wow. No, actually, Asia as a continent now is incredibly strong.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like you're getting some of the best players in the world now. I mean, it used to be like, oh, the European Championships that gather all the best players, but you know, things definitely changing.
Yep. So that will be my next. What about you, Irina?
Okay. So the Asian Games in September. What's my next event? Oh, my next event
Tata
is
Steel. Yeah.
yeah, Tata Steel at the end of the month. Actually, I'll be going to India. And after it's a rapid and blitz event. Some of the ladies, I think, who played in this World Cup will be there. I don't know, all of them who are invited. I think Ju Wen-jun and
Li Tingje is playing.
Li Tingje. Oh, nice. Okay, so it's going to be very strong with some of the top Indian players, and that's just a 5-day event. And after that, I go home, and then I
prepare
start
for the U.S. Chess Championship.
Yes,
Yeah,
I prepare
in
for the U.S.
October.
Championship in October, which is like the next big one.
I see. Good luck for both of us.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you,
For Irina, Irene. And we see on the board soon is we're going to have the Lucena Bridge.
Yeah, so White's pawn has gotten to d7, and yeah, she's about to start coming out with her king, actually.
King
right now is
E7,
the time that she's going to do it.
King d6, and then e6, and d5, and rook d4.
Yeah, you see, that's the path the king is going to take. And the rook will be blocking the check on d4. Yes.
These ladies know what they're doing, guys. It's just that they're double checking everything because, well, at this point, I would also be, you know, if I have some time like this, like 4 minutes on the clock, I would also double check everything because sometimes your memory fails you. Like, you know, something is going on, like you've seen this million times in your life, but then at some point, you know, the nerves takes on you, and then you're not really trusting yourself, you know. It always has some doubt. So it's good to double check or triple check everything.
You know, we have a question. Does Ivanchuk have a chance against Magnus? Well,
he has.
You know, there's always a chance, guys. I mean, you're playing with the white pieces. Do I think it's going to be easy based on how Magnus played this game? I don't think so. Because I feel like it was just such a confident, nice game by Magnus that it sort of like makes an impression.
Right.
You know what I mean? Actually, I feel like this game that Magnus won, it's like, you know, like Salim and Shuvalova could be thinking, oh, I blundered, I played this endgame so badly, it was equal. But the thing is, like, Ivanchuk can't quite say that. You see, like, I feel like he really kind of, like, the way their game went, it was like, oh, Magnus just played really well, and he created these problems for me that I underestimated, and I got outplayed, right? And that's a different kind of way to lose, right?
Right. And I think he shouldn't be feeling bad about himself because, well, he fought it well, but I mean, he's playing world #1, and Magnus has played a very strong chess, so he should be actually
happy with his. Well, here's the funny thing. I have something to say. I can quote Magnus on that topic because, you know, Magnus has this very famous quote where he says, you know, some people think it's okay to lose when their opponent plays a beautiful game. Not me.
Not me.
You know, and I think that's just such a wonderful wonderful quote from Magnus. You know, like even if his opponents play great, like for him, it's not okay to lose, like ever. Right. So, I mean, in that sense, like, you know, if he was in Ivanchuk's situation, he wouldn't be taking any consolation in the fact that his opponent played well. So somehow it was all right, you know. But that's Magnus's, you know, special attitude. You know, I think a lot of, like as he says, some players are okay with that, right? They're like, oh, if their opponent plays a great game, they're okay, you know, more or less okay with having lost. But, yeah, I think many people would feel that way. Right, but you know, when you're the world #1, I guess it's just
you're not used to losing. So.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
You don't find any consolation in your opponent's great play, basically. Yeah. What advice would you give to aspiring players out there? Well, one of the things, it depends, you know, how old you are, how much time you have. You know, certainly just spending a lot of time on chess is how you get better.
Yep. And I think I would always say, like, the cycle has to never end, that you have to play tournaments, you have to analyze your games, but also you have to train. So this 3 cycle, you should end it anywhere else. Because, yeah, I mean, it's good to analyze, but it's also good to also train, because there are some things that you might not know before, and then this is the time when you have to learn them. So King C6, what is going on? Why not King E6?
Well, maybe at this point she'll finally play just rook f5 and do the bridge like that. That should be the final move of the game, I would say. If rook f5 happens, I think it would be enough for me to throw in the towel.
Yeah, rook f5 just ends it.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you want, you can play
You can
rook
play
c4
anything,
if you
yeah.
want, and you'll still win. You know, you can shield yourself from checks that way.
And she's done it. She's played rook c4.
Okay, so she went for that way. Yeah,
Rook c4.
it's fine. You can
And
do
then
it.
king f7, king c7, king e7, and check on e4, and then resign. Yeah.
Yeah, just bring up, check, and then promote. And I don't think Polina will be checking to see how she knows how to win with an extra rook on the board. I think that'll prompt her to resign. Yeah, it just takes a little while to accept the defeat. That's what it is.
Yep.
You know,
Mhm,
it's
mhm.
like,
It's never easy. It's never easy. I think you and I, we've been playing chess for like more than 20 years.
Mhm.
And whenever we had to lose a game, it's never easy to come back, right? There's some time to recover.
Oh yeah. Well, it's funny. Like I can tell you how I felt when I lost to Polina. Like I mean, I felt like my game was so bad. It was truly awful. I mean, like the engine showed that it was like one move that I made that was really bad. And that's true, but like I kind of felt like the whole, like, you know, I guess maybe that move made me feel like the whole thing had been bad, right? Okay, the game is over, guys.
Yep. So Salimova won this game, and tomorrow she'll be playing with black pieces against Shivalova. One upset there. Yeah, I think only one upset in the women's section, and pretty much in the open section, I don't see any upset actually. Except that, okay, there's some miss.
Abasov would be the
against
slightly
Solomon.
higher rated player. I
Right.
wouldn't call like 30 points of Elo a big upset, but a small, or no upset at all probably in that game. But yeah,
We
lots
can-
of decisive games.
We can also show the tournament table to summarize today's games and results. And in the open section, Magnus Carlsen won against the legendary Vasil Ivanchuk. Gukesh won convincingly against Wang Hao. And Nijat Abasov just pulled some upset there against Salim Saleh. And Nepomniachtchi versus FIDE, their game was ended with a peaceful draw. Fabiano showed a very good preparation against Duda Jan Christoph, but unfortunately, draw was enough. Leonard Dominguez also showed a very good preparation and very energetic one against Alexei Sorana, and he prevailed. Eric Garcia Arjun versus Niels Gardelius. The game was quite equal since straight out of the opening, but the youngster managed to win in the end game. Pragnananda also drew a very uneventful game against Paris Verkesvaring.
Okay, and on the women's side, we had 2 draws and 2 decisive results. We just saw Polina Shivalova resign against Nurgul Salimova. They played a long end game, and in a faster win, we had Tanjong Yi defeat Bella Hotanashvili. So the good news is that tomorrow, when we come back for game number 2, more than half of the field is going to be in a must-win situation.
Yep.
So we're going to be seeing a lot of people having to push tomorrow just to stay in the match, just to get to that coveted tiebreak, and that means we're guaranteed to see some exciting chess.
Yes, so stay tuned tomorrow, same time, 3 p.m. local time, Baku, Azerbaijan. So thanks for watching and see you tomorrow.
Bye, guys.